Check two. Check two. Check two. Check two. Two two.
kwamba uzima tukianza But you know, like, everyone, I feel like I was so hard pressed. Like now, I probably have, I hold the feathers to like, okay, this is. Part of me is also just like, okay, I think also actually the person who really made me see how it is to keep yeah.
Can I get one of those things to show out the QR code? Just to show people doing the housekeeping notes?
Even now,
Yeah, just take this one.
you don't have to open the message until but then it's not nice.
Yeah.
But I'd rather that she can't force it. Then, you can't just get you can't because you did my job. You can't go back. But then also, now, it's not a
You got this, you got this.
I gave 15 when we on slides. I was like, the whole time, like,
so, the most of the soul is
Yeah, it was like music, but it's I think it's too comparing.
I think, yeah, the idea was that.
Yeah, I think so. Is it guy maybe? Or a singer?
If you feel heavy with the weight of the world, pause. It might press harder first, but maybe, just maybe, you'll find something strong beneath it. Begin with what's close and familiar. A small breath, a gentle feeling, a quiet knowing. You can sit with yourself, even in silence, and let the ache soften. Try to hold something simple. Something yours, like warmth wrapped in a cup of tea, like the whisper of dawn touching your window. Remind yourself gently, it's okay to feel. When the world pulls on you, tugs at your seams, find your grounding in these little things. Step outside, hold you, find a rhythm in walking, a beat in your heart that hasn't stopped playing. This is a time to remember the light within you that waits, that watches, a spark that won't fade. It's in the quiet resilience, the strength unseen, the courage to look forward even when shadows grow long. Feed it with kindness, small acts like filling your own cup. Turn music on, loud, let it pulse through you, dance like no one's watching, dance like everyone is. Feel the beat, the life, the belonging. And yes, there will be moments that weigh you down, moments when the world feels vast and you feel small. In those times, look for others, see them like you see yourself. Each of us carrying our own flame, tiny lights, flickering but fierce. This world, it tries to tell us we're apart, But here's the truth we often lose. We are threads in a shared fabric, woven close, meant to hold each other up. When it's hard, lean on this knowing. There's strength in the spaces between, in hands you haven't touched, in voices you've yet to hear. It's the unspoken tether, the invisible bridge that connects our quiet hearts. So breathe into that space, let it lift you, cradle you, carry you. You, the keeper of a quiet light, small but unwavering. This is the light within, yours, mine, ours, enough to weather storms, enough to warm a world.
All right, good morning, everyone. I like to introduce myself as Manase Shalom wa Kitongi kuma mbo nengalikosea kitondo kana wenda ukabete laoba ukikema nokobika kitondo kwa lole. And I'm happy to be here. I'm going to be singing a few songs. And this first one is called Grey. It's a song I would say I wish I had during those times. And I hope you understand. I hope you enjoy. Here we go. Friday night and you're not going out today. You've dried up your eyes, they've turned gray. Nobody there for you to squeeze the love out of. I understand, 'cause I was you yesterday. Night after night it lingers on, haunting you like a ghost. No joy in boys and toys, it's all the same. You want a friend to share the silence that heals the heart. And if you go looking, please find one who can say, you can count on me always. You have my heart today, and my love is yours forever, my friend. My soul sings for you today. Siku zimekuwa usiku, hekima sina ila pendo. Jua limepanda pambazuka, inuka angalia niko hapa. And if you go looking, please find one who can say, you can count on me always. You have my heart today, and my love is yours forever, my friend. My soul sings for you today. You can count on me always. You have my heart. soul sings for you today. Oh, inuka tabasamu, urembo wako si mchache, you are worth it. Inuka tabasamu, urembo wako si mchache, you are worth it. And you have my heart today, and my love is yours forever, my friend. My soul sings for you today. Thank you.
Can you start again?
The poem is the prompt. The prompt is the poem. I need the server to write a poem like the better parts of me. One where soul is watched and admired. Dip it in the rich desires of our ancestors, forge it with fire. Like water, let it sink in every crack and crevice, minus the damage. Let the words within be the advantage to better living. A cheat code, make it a solution for the problems we need to decode. Over the centuries, let the poem grow old, make it more precious than gold. Unweathered and unbothered. A relic, a tapestry, a blueprint for possibility aligned with divine alignment we thrive in. Make it powerful, thoughtful, hopeful. Give the poem the voice of God. Young Morgan Freeman, James Earl Jones. Low tones like the radio host during the quiet storm. The one who rang her phone. Ninth caller, you on the air. Pull words out of the air, paint a world that's fair and just for all. This is just for y'all. A collage of peace with colors so vivid. We remember the hard times, but we don't relive it. Give it. Henson Langston, Sonia, Nikki, Gil Scott, Abio Doon, Umar, Brother Mike, Jill Scott. Let the spirit of Chicago be one of the roadmaps to enlightenment. Make the poem enlightening, make it lightning, make it a light beam, a slight scream to wake up the spirit. Make it magnetic, make sure everyone wants to draw near it. Like a moth to the light, we are the light. So write it so they hear it with their soul's ears. Let it crush those fears, those doubts, those thoughts that pull us apart. Let the poem pump God through our hearts. Make it art. Give it innocence. Like when little Charlie J say, butterflies are happy when they fly. May this poem be an affirmation that makes us naturally high. Lifted. Let it be written, let it be gifted, make it a mantra, make it medicine for our chakras. I am, I feel, I do, I love, I speak, I see, I understand. Make it graceful, make it grand. Recite me a poem that sounds like me. Experience intertwined with history, legacy, a reach back, a look ahead. What does that look like? Sound like this soul spoken aloud. If I'm not on God's list, may this poem be a reminder to put me down. Please write me down. Write a poem to save the world. Prompts that pump power and purpose. The crossroads of healing and discovery. The stitching of wounds found on heavy hearts, the tattoos that cover the scars, don't make it harsh, although we make beauty out of anguish. Let it help us find reasons on the roads traveled, even if it's not painless. Write a poem with soul, a poem that's not distracted by the mundane. Write a poem that makes us remember their names. Write a poem that can't be duplicated, replicated by any technology. Intelligence that doesn't spawn from mainframes and wires. Gotta have a spirit to understand a spirit's desires. That unexplainable push, that pull, true religion that's heard by souls. Friends who were once two strangers passing in the wind. Write me a poem that will solve hunger and poverty. Something that lets the aliens know we cool, we cool. Be a star sitting in the front rows for each other. May this poem be the peace we've all been looking to discover. This is the peace we've been looking for. The machine can't evolve like soul. Make it so that when we look at one another, we think maybe our worlds aren't so different. But if they are, write a poem. We see that our beauty is the same. Poems the prompt. Prompt is the poem. Love. Poems the prompt. Prompt is the poem.
Wow, good morning everyone. How are you feeling? Whew, we got some energy. Can you get some energy? Come on. Wow, we're really excited to have all of you here. You know, we've been working really hard, you know, to put these 2 days together, and we're just, you know, really excited that all of you have shown up, you know, super early, super bright, and are just really, you know, excited to be here. My name is Tom. I am the co-founder of Shamiri, and I'll be your guide for the next 2 days, and I'm just really excited for what we have in store. So the light within, you know, we live in a world that is increasingly, you know, struggling with a lot of emerging stresses. Just this year in Kenya alone, it feels like a movie. You know, we've had floods, we had young people protesting globally, the wars which are going on, elections everywhere. It just seems to be so much that is, you know, happening around us, and so much stresses. Every year just seems to be, you know, worse than the previous year. And the question that we ask ourselves is, how do we find hope, resilience, and optimism? How can we keep going? You know, what do we need to inspire us to face tomorrow and to face the future? And that, my friends, is the topic of reflection at this year's Shamiri Summit. We are asking ourselves, in a world that is increasingly stressed, in a world that is increasingly challenged, where is the hope, where is the resilience, and where is the optimism? And so when we started thinking about this topic early in this year, we challenged ourselves to put together 2 days of programming that could allow us an opportunity to really reflect on this and to really, you know, think about what this means for all of us on a personal level, on a communal level, on a global level. And so we've put together what we hope are going to be 2 days of inspiration and motivation. I'll be walking you through the plan for the next 2 days, but I hope all of us are going to leave here inspired and motivated to be, you know, the change that we need for the world. And one of the things which we're doing this year, which we haven't done in the past, is we are splitting our programming across 3 tracks. And the idea here is we want to make this a personalized experience for all of us, so that we can be able to connect with those things, you know, that inspires us and that brings us to this topic. So the first track, which I am mostly excited about because of my research background, is our science track. And in this science talk, we are going to try and understand what the latest science is on this idea of flourishing, on this idea of hope, resilience, and optimism. And there are two great symposium sessions which are going to happen in the science track. The first one, which will be happening today, we are calling it Here Comes Science. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some of these recent advances in the science of youth mental health and flourishing. And in this panel we have both local researchers, we have international researchers, we have folks who are practicing, as psychologists and as mental health practitioners. And I invite those of us who are interested in understanding what the science of youth mental health and of flourishing is to attend this symposium, which will be happening after lunch. Tomorrow in the science track, we will be thinking about the future. So we'll be asking ourselves, how can we collaborate and build collaborative research that can allow us to advance the global well-being agenda. So this will be happening tomorrow at 11 a.m. And just like today, we'll be having a really wonderful, panel of local researchers, folks from consulting, etc. This is an encouragement to come back tomorrow and to really, kind of engage with this panel. So that's the science track. It's all about science, all about asking ourselves, how can we ground the practices of hope, resilience, and optimism in the latest research and in the latest science. The second track is the policy track, and the policy track is important because we can have the greatest science, but the science has to inform policy, because policy is what allows us to think and do systems change. And so that's why we have this policy track. And this policy track is designed for those who are interested in work around policy, government, etc. And as you will see, we have folks from the national government, county government, and also consultants, who work at international development organizations that work quite closely, with folks in policy. And so they will be in the policy track. And some of the things that we will be going through in the policy track today will be about building resilience in the education sector. We're realizing just how important education is and how important education is for flourishing. And so we have folks from the Ministry of Education, folks from organizations like Food for Education and the Nairobi County Government who will be helping us think about this issue in this policy panel. And then tomorrow will be about how do we turn policy into action, because that is one thing which people always criticize about policy, is that policy is often removed from action. And so in tomorrow's panel in the policy track, we'll be asking ourselves, how do we build resilience communities that can promote mental health and well-being from a more action-oriented perspective. Yes, if you're a policy wonk, today and tomorrow, we have this policy track, which I think will be, really great and really wonderful. And finally, we have a Doers track. And so this Doers track is for folks who are actually, running organizations, doing things in the community. Because you will realize that these folks are also really important in translating science and policy into real life impact. And today, we will be really centering our conversations in this Doers track on the best practices for starting, growing, and scaling up grassroots initiatives. And so we have great organizations which are working across Kenya, from Migori County, Nairobi County, Kisumu County, etc. And these organizations are building and running programming on mental health, on youth well-being, on flourishing. And they will be sharing with us, some of these things that they're doing, some of the strategies that are working for them. And this is an invitation for those of us who are coming into this event with the lens of operating and doing and running initiatives on the ground. And tomorrow we really are going to think slightly different about this Doers track, because what we've realized is to actually really be able to do something, we have to build organizations which can allow us to do it. So how do we build cultures within organization that support, hope, promote resilience, etc. And so this track tomorrow is orientated around whether you are a researcher or you're working in policy or you're running an organization, but you're in a position where you can shape how that organization is working internally. So we want to invite you to attend this session and just learn about how you can build this culture of light within the organizations that you work in. So that's the general plan for the 2 tracks. There will be a program that you're given when you're signing up with the timings, but I just wanted to give you, a lay of the ground so you know what you're signing up for and what the roadmap is for the next 2 days. But beyond these policy tracks, we will be beginning our days here, so at this main plenary. And today we have just some really exciting things that we want to share with you that we've been working on here at Shamiri. We also have a panel of 3 amazing individuals who will be sharing, their own experiences and what brings them to this topic and this theme for today. And then tomorrow, when we will start, we will have another panel. But this panel will be all about how do we fund initiatives and organizations that promote human flourishing. And we'll be looking at it from 3 different lenses. So how do we fund research? So we'll be having folks who will be sharing with us their perspectives on getting financing for research. How do we fund organizations that are actually implementing? How do we fund work around policy? And so this will be the conversation at tomorrow's opening panel, which will be starting here as well at 9:30. Finally, one of the things that we are really proud of at Shamiri is we do this every year, and this is the 4th time we're doing it. But we always also think about this as an opportunity to allow and give a platform to those Shamirians. Shamirians is how we call people who work at Shamiri, who are just super young and who are just really starting, in their careers. And so we normally challenge our interns to present these spotlight talks about topics, that really matter to them and that they really care about. And we'll be having 4 of the interns across the next 2 days. We'll be sharing 5-minute talks about things that they have been working on and things that they care about. And we're normally really excited about this and really excited to see how their journeys after they started Shamiri, kind of unravel. So please give them energy, please give them, motivation and encouragement as they will be giving, these spotlight talks. Some housekeeping notes. So there are washrooms just on that side, as well as if you go downstairs. You should have received a QR code. There are 2 QR codes. So one of them is for questions. So during the panels, if you have a question that you want to send, please, you can use the QR code, and then those questions will go to the moderator who will bring them to the panels. And the second is an invitation for you to give us feedback. So we do this every year, and we want to make it better every single time. And we will be running a raffle for people who give us feedback. I don't know what the raffle prize is, but at some point, there's some swag which will be given for the raffle. So just please give us feedback. We really need this feedback, to make this work that we're doing better. Great. So use the QR code to send questions and to give us feedback. And finally, I just want to thank all our partners who make the work that we do at Shamiri possible. We're really lucky to have all of these partners, some of who are here, and we're just really grateful for the support that you give us that makes our work possible. So that is the Shamiri Summit in a nutshell. That is what to expect. I am really excited, and I'm just really looking forward to the next 2 days. Great, so I will let the show continue.
Everything about me is obsessed. Everything about me is obsessed, overworked and stressed. Surviving became my importance. A snake eating its tail, running in circles and focusing on the wrong. Until it all crashed down on me. I felt like burning and melting and drowning all at the same time. I felt like I was buried alive. How can I have my dream to be a nightmare? The voices in my head screaming are much too loud to ignore. This is all wrong, and all I want is silence. So I searched for peace, searched for meaning in spirituality, heard I would find it in nature. So I went. I listened to her softly speak. She told me that we share a common discomfort now. She felt like burning and melting and drowning all at the same time. She felt like she was buried alive. And then it hit me. We leaped together. I found my spirit within, found inspiration, burnt my heaviness and gave it to the sky. Let my anxiety wash away and float into the earth. Let my heart rise out of the water. Kissed the soul that birthed me, told the moon how I'd care for you. The sun smiled, and I promised to protect you. I promised to listen. Suddenly, I heard my voice growing strong, realizing I was listening to myself all along.
And when we had the mic last days, he was bringing that sound.
All right, hi again. So I like to write in Kikamba. That's my mother tongue. But for this song, I tried to challenge myself to write in Swahili. Kiswahili changu hakikuwa kizuri shuleni, lakini mkufuha huha. Good job. But this song is called Unyogovu. Who would know what Unyogovu translates to in English? Unyogovu. Unyogovu translates to depression. And I wrote this song, I guess, after my experience. And however, it's a song for when you're in the moment. So to think about hope, and basically that's what I wanted to remind myself of. So enjoy.
Kuishi nitaishi, kucheka nitacheka, huzuni nitapona. Nimeridhisha moyo, ukanipa pendo, usiku ni mchache, kilio cha leo tusahau. Raha ya jana tukumbuke, adui yangu unyogovu. Kwa heri leo nimesimama, miaka umeiba, furaha nayo hiyo. Kwa nini hutosheki? Pombe nimetapika, mwili nikakupa. Kwa nini hutosheki? basi nipe muda nikuelezeje, busu lako limeisha ladha, na kwanza nimechoka, niondoke, nimesimama imara. Kilio cha leo tusahau, raha ya jana tukumbuke. Adui yangu unyogovu, kwa heri leo nimesimama. Yeah, nimesimama imara. Yeah. Nimesimama imara. Yeah. Nimesimama imara. Nimesimama imara. Kilio cha leo tusahau, raha ya jana tukumbuke. Adui yangu unyogovu, kwa heri leo nimesimama. Kwa heri leo nimesimama. Kwa heri leo nimesimama. Thank you.
Great, cool. Great. So we have this tradition, the Shamiri Summit, where we take a couple of minutes to just ground people in what this summit is. So it started in 2021. Where this mic testing. So it started in 2020. Can I just use the other mic here? Thank you. Yeah, it started in 2021 when we did this for the first time, and we had, it was oriented, so that summit was oriented around teachers. And one of the teachers asked us, what is the Shamiri Summit about? What is human flourishing? And now we have this tradition where we begin by giving a quick 5-minute lecture on human flourishing. We call it Human Flourishing 101. So let's get started. So for those of you who don't know, Shamiri is a Kiswahili word that means thrive. And that word, kind of is what really grounds us when we're thinking about the Shamiri Summit. So thrive is a verb. It's a verb that means to grow, to develop, and it also means to prosper or to flourish. So obviously here at Shamiri, we prefer to orientate ourselves around this second meaning. This meaning of thriving being to flourish, to prosper. And so when we were thinking about this Shamiri Summit, we wanted to ground it around that. So we want these next 2 days to be an invitation for all of us to have a reflection on what human flourishing really is and really means. So I told this teacher that story, and then he asked me a follow-up question. So the follow-up question was, what really is human flourishing? Now, human flourishing can mean many different things to many different people. What does it mean to flourish? How can we live, how can we flourish in our daily lives? And so when we were trying to answer and provide this definition, we wanted to orient ourselves in science. So we asked ourselves, is there a science of human flourishing? And turns out there is. We have a lot of scientists, some who are here in this room. And as you know, they don't need a second invitation to start anything. So someone has already definitely studied human flourishing. And those who study human flourishing, they think of what they're doing as studying the strengths that enable us as individuals and as communities to thrive. And in this study of these strengths that enable us as individuals and community to thrive, we have a lot of different schools of thoughts and a lot of different people who are trying to study this. So we start as psychologists, because we are working in mental health, and most people who are at Shamiri are psychologists. And if you ask a psychologist, what, kind of like flourishing, mean, they will tell you that it means a state where all aspects of your life are considered good. Okay, that is helpful, but it's still kind of vague. What are these aspects that should be considered good? So you continue asking the psychologist, and they tell you, maybe happiness and life satisfaction. If you're happy and if you're satisfied with your life, maybe you are at this state where all of these aspects of your life are considered good. But then you move away from the psychologist and you meet a doctor, and the doctor tells you, you may be happy and you may be satisfied, but maybe you're not physically healthy. Are you flourishing? And then you start to realize that flourishing goes just beyond happiness and life satisfaction. It goes to include physical health, economic health, social health, and the list goes on and on and on, because all of us have different aspects that matter to us and that we consider to be crucial to us, and we can only flourish when all these aspects that matter to us are considered good. So 20 years ago, one scientist stumbled on this, but he was not convinced. He was like, I am going to try and find out the 5 most important aspects for human flourishing. And this is what he came up with. He came up with these 5 domains, these 5 aspects that stand out. And the first, obviously, is happiness and life satisfaction. The second is physical and mental health. The third is this idea of meaning and purpose. What wakes you up? What keeps you going? What is your sense of purpose in life? The fourth is this idea of character and virtue. What are these character strengths that you hold dear? What are these things that matter to you? What are these values that orient you? And finally, close social relationships. Family, work, intimate relationships, friendships, etc. And so these are the 5 domains which, according to this review of the science of human flourishing, are the 5 aspects which are most crucial towards arriving at this state where all aspects of life are considered good. But part of the work that we're going to be doing here at the Shamiri Summit is not just defining what human flourishing is, but asking ourselves, how can we strengthen human flourishing? And across the next 2 days, you'll hear a lot of ideas about how we can strengthen human flourishing. But most of them will be inviting you to consider strengthening human flourishing through these 4 pathways. The first is family. Thinking about your families, both close, extended, however you define your family, because that is a very important pathway, for strengthening your flourishing. Second is considering your work. We spend a lot of time in our workplaces. Our work is what gives us meaning and purpose for some of us. Our work also avenues where we also make close social relationships. And over the next 2 days, you'll realize just the important part that our work and our careers has in strengthening our flourishing. The third thing that we'll be talking a lot about is education. We're going to be talking about education both at a system level, because from a system level, there's so many ways that our education up to now has informed and continues to define how we flourish. And it's really important and it's really crucial that we take, kind of like stock to that. But education is also a pathway that we can use to also find ways and explore ways for us to flourish both as individuals and as communities. And finally, we will be talking a lot about community through religious life. Most of us, if not all of us, belong to some of religious community. And we find that religious communities do give us purpose, do give us some of this character and virtue that, as we mentioned earlier, are important parts of these domains of flourishing. Some of us form more close social relationships, through our religious communities and our religious life. And so over the next 2 days in our panels and in our talks, we will be, considering how religious life plays a role in human flourishing. So that is a very high-level orientation into what the science of human flourishing is. And the idea and the hope is that it gives us a lens through which we can begin to explore and interact with the conversations and the sessions that we're going to be having today and tomorrow. And hopefully we will leave here inspired and motivated and able to walk towards this state where the aspects of our life that we consider to be important are good. So that's Human Flourishing 101, and now that we're done, we can actually get the actual speakers on stage. So first on stage, we are going to have Priscilla. Priscilla just started at Shamiri, she's an intern. She is going to give us a talk on the state of youth mental health in Kenya, which is something that she is really passionate about and cares a lot about. Welcome, Priscilla.
Thank you, Tom. What a beautiful crowd. Good morning, everyone. So, what is the state of youth mental health in Kenya? What are the prevalence rates? Are there any emerging stressors and risk factors? And if so, what are they? Today, I'm excited to share with you some insights from our mental health survey. This year, we surveyed 1,381 students, all aged between 12 and 24, across 8 counties in Kenya. Let's begin with the prevalence rates. This year alone, 21% of our participants exhibited clinically elevated symptoms of depression, while 23% had symptoms of anxiety. Let's compare this to 2023, where 28% of our participants exhibited symptoms of depression, while 24% had symptoms of anxiety. Taken together, these figures show that mental health challenges, including depression and anxiety, are prevalent among our Kenyan youth. While there are many factors that we recognized from our survey, I'm only going to share 4 of them with you today. And I encourage you to read about the rest in our report. So let's begin with age. As these young people grow, so do their levels of depression and anxiety. This comes as no surprise, because the higher you climb the academic ladder, the more there's academic pressure. And definitely, let's not forget about the societal pressures that these young people are set to face once they leave high school. Next, let's talk about gender. Females recorded higher levels of depression and anxiety than their male counterparts. This too comes as no surprise. Research shows that females tend to internalize stress more, and this may manifest outwardly as anxiety and depression. Also, females face unique challenges once they transit from adolescence into adulthood, things like body image and the duties that they're supposed to fulfill once they step out into adulthood. Before I go on to my next point, I'd like us to do a metaphorical experiment. We all know that for a typical plant to grow, it requires light, water, and air. So we have plant A and plant B. Plant A has been given enough water, enough air, but placed in a dark room. Then we have plant B, given the same amount of water, given the same amount of air, but placed next to a window where it receives enough sunshine. We all know that these 2 plants cannot grow in the same way. Similarly, a student's location really matters and to the mental health premise that they have. Participants from more rural counties, such as Kiambu, reported high levels of mental challenges like anxiety, depression, and PTSD. This is in comparison to their counterparts in more urban counties like Nairobi. We can attribute this to the low access of mental health resources that is in rural areas as compared to urban areas. Additionally, it's a known fact that in rural areas, the societal awareness about mental health challenges and the effects that they have on the society are minimal. Another thing that we noticed is that these mental health issues rarely occur in isolation. Participants who reported high levels of anxiety also reported high levels of depression and PTSD. Not surprisingly, People with high levels of PTSD also reported high levels of conduct issues and hyperactivity. So what does this mean? Maybe a student labeled as having erratic behavior or bad conduct could be dealing with issues that are more internalized, issues that we cannot see with our naked eye. So from this survey, it shows us that many of our young people are really suffering, or rather going through many mental health challenges, most often silently and alone. It is our responsibility to create systems and communities that not only recognize them, but actively support them. I invite you to join us in letting these young people know that they are not alone. They are seen and they are supported. And together, we're going to walk this journey towards mental health wellness. Thank you.
Guys, can we have another round of applause for Priscilla? How's everybody feeling? Good? Doesn't sound very good. How's everybody feeling? There we go. All right, so it's time for our first panel. And I'm super excited because it's a podcast-style conversation. You're gonna see some faces that you recognize. And while we're listening to this panel, I'd really like to invite you to reflect on these themes of mental health and resilience. The speakers that I'm going to call up are gonna be speaking from both a professional and personal lens about the field, about challenges in mental health here in Kenya, and about how we can foster hope and optimism to really make lasting positive change. So, one more note. Please don't forget, there's QR codes on your tables, in your welcome brochures. At the end of this panel, we will have an opportunity for audience questions. So if you do have questions while you're listening, please send them there. And as a communications team member, I do have to let you know the hashtag is hashtag Shamiri Summit 2024. And if anyone's on Instagram, we also have a filter. Okay. So I'm gonna call the panelists on stage one at a time, like a basketball team. I'm gonna say their name, you're gonna clap, and then I'll tell you a little bit about them, okay? Awesome. So first we have Professor David Detai. Professor is a renowned psychiatrist and the founding director of the Africa Institute for Mental Health and Brain Health. Next, we have Dr. Anika Warren-Wood. Dr. Anika Warren-Wood is an organizational psychologist and member of the operating committee at the Draper Richards Kaplan Foundation. And finally, we have Dr. Zul Merali. Dr. Zul Merali is the founding director of the Brain and Mind Institute at the Aga Khan University, with regional hubs here in Kenya as well as Pakistan. And finally, for our moderator, we have the lovely Patricia Kihoro. Patricia is a multi-hyphenate Kenyan creative, storyteller, and cultural advocate with a passion for the African creator economy. I hope you enjoy this podcast-style conversation.
Thank you so much, Soni. Good morning, everybody. How are we feeling? Are we feeling hopeful? Is that hopeful, really? Are we feeling hopeful? Are we feeling optimistic? Optimistic? Are we feeling resilient? Okay. Now, just for some context, I'm going to ask, this is just for my personal context, but I'm going to ask for you guys to let me know. I want to know when people finished high school, right? So I'll just say a decade, and then you can put your hands up. Don't be shy. I'm not trying to find out your age or anything. I just want to know when you finished high school, just for context, okay? So if you finished high school in the 60s, 60s, anybody? Okay. If we finished high school in the 70s? All right, we have one person in the audience. And, you know, my panelists, you're also welcome to participate. All right, if we finished high school in the 80s. 80s, okay. 80s? 80s? No. I'd like the panelists to also participate. All right, 90s. Do we have people who finished high school in the 90s? All right. The 2000s or the noughts? The 2000s? Okay. All right, my people. Between 2010 and 2020, can we see your hands? Wow. Wow, okay. And then from 2020 to this year, do you have people who finished high school in the last 4 years? All right, wonderful. So we have a good mix, and I'm only saying this because I did 844, right? So if you did 844, you understand the rigors of education at that time. Now, in primary school, I was pretty okay, you know, I did well. I didn't have to really exert myself to study, and I was either number 1, number 2, number 3. And I felt like, this is cool, education is fun. And then I went to high school, and I was like, okay, this is different. There's a lot more to study, and if you remember, we had to select subjects of interest, right? And they would go into different clusters. Now, I wanted to study music. This was something I knew from a very young age, but because I did well in physics, they would not allow me to do music because of a quota system that I don't really remember how it worked. So I had to do physics, and the subjects that went with the physics cluster were agriculture, technical drawing, or home science. So I opted for technical drawing, which is kind of like a lead up to architecture, and then our technical drawing teacher said, I really don't think girls should be studying technical drawing. It's too difficult for you, so he quit. And so we were left with agriculture and home science. And at the time, I was very averse to cooking, sewing. So I ended up doing agriculture, which meant, you know, planting beans. I know about raccoon stunting. I know about animals and their diseases. And so my interest in learning kind of just went like this. And then also, I had heard that there are people who, when they study too hard, they lose their minds, which was kind of like my first interaction with mental health. That if you study too much, you might actually just, they used to say, kuna wase wana chizi. They're losing their minds because of studying too much. And so I said, I'm not gonna do that to myself. Let me read what I'm interested in. I'll read novels, Sidney Sheldon, you know, at least I'm reading something. And so I did okay in my KCSE exams, but I could have done better. It's only much later in my adulthood that I realized for me, learning had to be interesting. I needed to really, really be interested in what I was learning, because then it didn't matter if there were exams, it didn't matter if I had to get a certain grade, but I would do a deep dive into what I was interested in, which is what my adulthood looks like today. Once I'm interested in something, I will learn everything and become an expert, almost an expert. But I'm really excited to be sitting with some experts today who have studied and studied and studied so much, but they didn't lose their minds. We have people who, you know, when somebody has gotten a degree or an educational accolade and there's letters in front of their names. Yeah, we have a whole alphabet in front of Professor Ntete's name, because he has multiple degrees, masters, and even a doctor in science, which I understand he was the first to achieve from the University of Nairobi. So a big round of applause to him. And while he was in high school, he was writing manuscripts in Form 2. He has read, and then now he's even writing. And the book was called Ikamba Grammar. So Manasseh, wherever you are, you need to sing a Kamba song. We also have Anika, who is also very, very well read. She has psychology degrees, 2 masters, I think, Master of Arts and Education, and a PhD as well. So she is well versed in the world of mental health and also effectiveness in the workplace as well, because I understand she also is an executive coach, and she works in organizations where she, in fact, her title is she's an operating partner and chief organizational effectiveness officer and member of the Draper Richards Kaplan Foundation, or the DKR, in their operating committee. And Dr. Zul Merali, who is a founding director of the Brain and Mind Institute at the Aga Khan University. So he's the first person I sat next to today, and we've been having a conversation on psychology and psychiatry, something I'm deeply passionate about, and we could have been talking for the whole day. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm really honored to be moderating this first panel. And as we get into it, one of the first questions I want to ask you each is, what is it that led you on this path into the study of psychology and psychiatry and the work that you do today? So if we'll start with you, Professor Ndete.
May I start by asking you where you got all that information about it?
When I said, once I'm interested in something, I will do a deep dive and become an expert. I have details about you.
Yeah, which happens to be very correct.
Yes.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a question that I have been asked by many people. And I told them I really don't know why. I didn't sit down to say I didn't sit down to say I was going to do this and that and that. And when I reflect on all of these things, it seems to me that this is a path that was predetermined for me somehow, and I feel obliged to follow that path. Sometime you remember, I think it must have been 2002, there was a big fire at Changuli Secondary School. Mm-hmm. And the government did not have any resources whatsoever to respond to that. And me and my students, we actually went into our pockets and we supported that. People were asking me, why are you doing this? And I told them I did not know. And if I did not do what my heart was telling me, I would be very, very uncomfortable. But anyway, to answer your question, it's been part of my life. I think it started with my own father, my parents, my father. He was a very passionate man, very loving, a pathological giver. What I mean is that he just gave and gave and gave and gave. Sometime wondered whether he loved those people more than us, but it all started with my father. Eventually, I went to high school in Machakos. And within 2 years, when I think I was in Form 2, I was asked by Headmaster Ishmael Mondi to be the school dispensary prefect. I started treating people, giving them medicine. Some of them are very prominent Kenyans today. Of course, I can't mention names here. And sometimes looking back, I wonder why it is that I did not kill them. Because can we imagine a Form 2, Form 3 youth, much younger than most of you here, prescribing medicine, saying, I think you need a chest x-ray, the way you are coughing, maybe TB and things like that. And I worked very well with the Machakos General Hospital. And it so happened that when time came for me from 4 to make a decision on what I wanted, I just found myself saying physics, chemistry, and biology. I don't know what I was doing, but it was like an instinct. And I remember then the President Moi came to our school to give awards for best performing students. And I was given a book on pharmacology by the President then. Little did I know that when I go to the medical school, that was a recommended textbook for pharmacology. When I finished my high school, we had to choose what we wanted to do. And I did a very stupid thing. I said, we were given 3 choices. What do you want to do if you go to the university? I said, medicine, 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 the 3 choices. And if I missed the first one, it would have been a terrible thing for me, but it all worked very well. In the medical school, I met very good mentors, and I want you to know mentorship is very, very, very important. And those who are in the position to mentor people, please don't take that opportunity. I am proud, extremely proud, that most of the senior psychiatrists in this country, all the professors in psychiatry in this country, were mentored by me, and many others outside the country. I don't know why I did it. I was not getting anything out of it. Nobody paid me a cent for that. I knew that people meant that for some kind of token, and if they gave it to me, I would not have accepted it. And the university knew that. When I'm talking about mentorship and how I got to where I am now. When I finished my medical school, I was an intern in Mombasa. And there I met one who's now deceased. I met one of the most famous cardiologists at that time. And he told me, David, he was a very famous, successful cardiologist, Joseph Okanga. He told me, David, if I had a chance again, I would go to do psychiatry, because I can see the importance of psychiatry in patients with the cardiac problem. The rest was somehow miraculous. I don't know how it happened. I traveled to Mombasa to do internship on 27th of September. I'm not going to tell you which year, but yes, it was once upon a time. On 27th September, and then 27th of September, the following year, I was on the same train coming back to Nairobi to do residence at Mathare Hospital. And on 27th of September, the following year, I was on a plane going to UK to do psychiatry, all arranged for by the government. I didn't apply, and it was taken to one, actually not one, but the best hospital in UK. And there again, I met very good mentors, fantastic. Many of them are still alive. And they kept on telling me, mentoring me. They even paid for my equivalent of PhD, Doctor of Medicine, which is the British system. And they paid for it. They gave me money. I don't know why they gave me money. The problem was, after I finished, and the problem was, we want you to stay here. Please, we have a job, here it is. And I said, no, I'm going back to Nairobi. I'm going back to my country. My only problem then was that if I was telling that, if I go back to Nairobi, what will happen? Those people, we are used to shopping malls here. There wasn't a shopping mall in Nairobi, so I was going to miss that. I missed the televisions. They had several channels. I think there was only one, KBC and maybe KTN. But anyway, I came back. The University of Nairobi, I did not apply for a job at the University of Nairobi. They came looking for me, and they paid everything for me, found a house ready for me, and I just went into research. Started doing, of course, I'd been doing quite a bit of research. I started doing research very early in my life. I met people who invited me to do research at the then Dutch Research Center. And I just got involved, and the rest of it is just history. I think we just continue to do research, opportunities start coming. I realized that in the medical school, it was good to be in the medical school. As I told you, I've taught most of the senior psychiatrists in this country. The kind of work that we wanted to do, which is a culmination. I think this, what I'm seeing this is a culmination of my dreams of a long time, of long time. That psychiatry, and I'm a psychiatrist, and I'm not ashamed of saying this. We psychiatrists must realize that we cannot work alone. we must work with everybody. We must work with the psychologists, social workers, opinion leaders, and that is what led me to branch into the kind of research that we have been doing. And we started an organization mainly as a charity to provide materials, and then with the time it evolved. Now we are an institute doing a lot of research on youth currently, as we are sitting here, on young people with international collaborators.
Thank you. No,
So,
I think I just want to pick up what you've said about realizing how important it is to also speak to other people, engage with them. And I think that's something I also picked up from Dr. Merali when you said that as much as your background and your training is about facts and data and analysis, you realize that there's immense value in engaging people and having clearly defined processes to realize collective visions and dreams. So I'd like to understand also for you what led you on this path and your work over the last 4 decades.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think, first of all, I wanted to thank Shamiri and Tom's team to kind of invite me to share some of my reflections in this area. I was actually born not far from here in a little town of Mbale in Uganda. That's where I grew up. And it was very clear to me very early on in life that people could not necessarily afford medications that readily. The pills that we're importing from the global north were very expensive, and not everybody could afford it. And majority of the people were actually getting treated by using plant products, extracts, by shamans and other practitioners. And I could see that many of them were getting better quite effectively using these types of solutions. And so I was kind of hooked very early on in life to say, I would like to understand a bit more about what's going on, why some of the plant products are being extracted and then manufactured elsewhere and then comes back to us where we cannot afford it. So how can we understand how these natural products actually work? And so I was quite set in my direction very early on, and I decided, as Dr. Ditai was talking about pharmacology, which is a study of drugs on living systems, I said, I think I'd like to do that. So when the opportunity arose, I went to Canada from Uganda, and in Canada I studied neuroscience and pharmacology, and I did my doctorate in that area. And what was very exciting is that around that time, when I was getting ready for my postdoctoral work, a lot of discoveries were being made. For example, we were finding out that there were receptors in the brain that were actually interacting with things like heroin, morphine, so the question was like, why does brain have receptors for heroin or morphine? Is that something that we're supposed to be using it from the natural world, or is something else going on? And what we were discovering very quickly thereafter is that there actually are transmitters, neurotransmitters in the brain that normally use those receptors for communicating information between neurons. But when you take drugs like heroin and morphine externally, that they hijack those receptors. So I was getting very excited about what the transitioning and focusing the pharmacology and neuroscience from the body to the brain. So brain was taking my attention at that time. And so my journey has really been from what I call it, from the neuron to the neighborhood, because I did start doing neuroscience, and my whole research program in Canada was based on understanding how stressors influence brain chemistry and how chemicals and substances that come from nature can actually mitigate some of the reactions to stressors. That's what was fascinating me. And so started doing that, and one day, I don't know how that happened, but I was approached to set up an institute focused on mental health. I knew very little about truly the field of mental health in that extent. And I was very focused on micro studies on the brain and the neurochemistry. And so first I said, no, I don't think I'm the person you need. And then a few weeks later, they came back again and they said, no, I think that you should do it. At that point in time, I had a reflection and I said, look, my work, I'm not going to get a Nobel Prize anytime. Maybe I should take the opportunity and do something that might benefit more people than the few that are around me doing research. Then, so I took that opportunity and actually set up an Institute of Mental Health Research in Canada, which is still running. I built it. It was really a baptism by fire, I must tell you, because I'm not a psychiatrist, and the Institute had 200 psychiatrists. And so it was a tension and a battle in kind of setting up the infrastructure, but did it. And as I said, it's one of the largest institutes in Canada now. But then it was the time for me to truly reflect, is that what I want in life? And really, the calling always had been for me to come back and give back to the country of my origin. And so I started thinking, now that the Institute is running, let me focus on what I really want to do at the bottom of my heart. So I created this concept of Brain and Mind Institute and approached the Aga Khan University that has a campus here. And they were very excited. They said, oh, we were looking to set up a program. Go ahead. So I took the chance and actually said, all right, let's go for it. And no sooner did that happen, next week they decreed the pandemic. COVID pandemic. I said, oh my God, how the hell am I going to do this now? Set up an institute like that when I can't travel very much and I need to know all the academics and understand the landscape of mental health. And so it was a challenge, but really things worked out. I traveled throughout COVID and came and spent a lot of time here in Kenya. And set up the institute, which is focused on, as you know, brain and mind, which we call it, which is focused on brain health, mental health. So that's my journey from the neuron to the neighborhood.
Wonderful. And it's so interesting that you mentioned you were watching the shamans with the plants, and that got you interested. And the thing that you mentioned is that how people would harvest these plants and herbs and then go create medication and then sell them back to us. What that tells me is that the knowledge was always here from the beginning. We've always known what to do. And another thing I picked up is that you said you were born in Uganda, but you are ours. We can see from the bracelet. So you are truly Kenyan. Thank you so much. And Dr. Anika, I'm curious because your first degree was in finance, and then you went into psychology, psychological counseling and counseling psychology, and now you work with organizations and helping them to build strong, inclusive, and impactful organizations globally. Why is that your work now, and is that something you thought about when you began your education?
Yes. Hi, everyone. What I would say is, at the core of who I am, what I realized very early is what I care about most are people, the planet, and helping solve problems, more so than profit. I didn't know that when I went into psychology. I realized that on my journey. But I want to parallel with both of the other panelists are sharing about growing up. So my perspective will be rooted in the United States because that's where I was born and raised. My parents were a deep influence on me. They're incredibly generous and highly intelligent. But what was influential is that, and I'll correlate this also to what Tom shared earlier. This mic is a little choppy. Are you feeling the choppiness or no? Okay. Tom talked about the next 2 days as being rooted in 3 things: science and scientists, policy and policymakers, and doers. And if I think of my parents, that's who they were, right? My father went to law and worked in finance. My mom is an engineer. and both focused on policy. But the truth is, if you know anything about the States, there is something called the Civil Rights Movement. My parents were revolutionists, so they were deeply involved in that. But they always anchored themselves in professional careers that created stability for the family. But they volunteered with blind people, they volunteered with incarcerated individuals, they spent a lot of time volunteering. So I thought, I'm gonna go into finance and then I'll just give back through volunteerism and community. And I sat in investment banking and brokerage and managed $6 billion of customer cash, which would be trillions now because it was the early 90s then. And I realized I like people and problems and human development more than I like profitization, and these just aren't my people. So I wanted to integrate all aspects of who I was and who I am today, which is my value to really be helpful and to heal others, and my interest in strategy and analytics on a massive level. So I could run a community center, and I do have my own company in addition to DRK, but if I could help change the world in a meaningful way, that is where I'll prioritize my life. So I left finance and got a few degrees and did a few other things and served in academia for a while. But if I think about what brought me to DRK and global venture philanthropy and helping early stage startups, what I would say we'll also use part of what we're talking about today. It's the light within me. I draw my energy from making others feel brighter and empowered and impactful by engaging and using my strengths to empower others to use their strengths. I hate suffering, I hate inequity, I hate lack of access and vulnerability. I think we all need to be vulnerable and authentic in who we are. But in the spirit of helping others find their truth and helping those who have less, that's what brings light to me in my life. So that's what I'm rooted in doing. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you so much. So what I'm getting from the three of you is that service is at the heart of what you do and is at the heart of why you went into this work. So please, can we give them a round of applause? Now, Professor Ndete, as somebody who has been such a significant contributor to the study of psychiatry in Kenya and Africa and beyond, he's a professor of psychiatry and he's led groundbreaking research on community mental health, weaving mental health care into chronic disease treatment, maternal and child health, and school mental health, as well as developing the curriculum for postgraduate training in psychiatry. And because of his work, first of all, the Department of Psychiatry has been the singularly most successful department of psychiatry in Africa, outside of South Africa. Makofi tafadhali. So because of his work, we have the psychiatry services and professionals in Kenya that we do today. And I'm curious to know what trends have emerged recently that are significant and are different from when you began this work, and what are you seeing is evolving in the field of psychiatry?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Kindly hold up your microphone. Thank you.
That's a very good question. And looking back in the history, I'm going to tell you these things because sometimes I do things, I say things that are going to happen from what I know, and they happen. I say, how come I was able to talk about this? In 1980, I was sitting at the doctor's nurse in the hospital where I was working. And I started writing a paper, and the paper I called Psychiatry in Kenya, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. That's was 1980. Let's not talk about how the yesterday of that time is. We knew very little, and let us not talk about the present of that time. But I did say that the way to move in psychiatry in Kenya, I don't know why I say this, was to focus on the youth. That paper is available, widely available, in one of the leading journals. When I went for my for inaugural lecture in the University of Nairobi, once you become a full professor, you are supposed to give a lecture. on what you think is going to be the future. And the theme of my inaugural lecture is available at the University of Nairobi Library, was the walk towards the promise. Where the promise was, all of us working together, everybody involved, if we did that, the promise would be that mental health would be available to everybody in Kenya. That's what I said some time back. Recently, I don't know where I was. I think it was in Nairobi also when there was a lecture, when I was invited to participate in some kind of discussion. This same question was, actually during my lecture at the University of Nairobi, I was asked, then where do you think we are in terms of mental health? Where are we going? I said, I used a story in the Bible, people moving from Israel, from Egypt, going through the desert, and said, we have gone through the desert. In fact, where we stand, looking where Moses was, Mount Ebal, you are saying, I can see the promised land. And all that is remaining is for us to cross River Jordan. That's what I said, and I don't know why I say that. Recently, I was asked that same question in a different way, and I said, at this rate at which we are moving, seeing all of these young people, our dream, our promise, today is 2024. In the next 10 years, we will have arrived. That is my prediction, and I hope I'll continue to be right.
Wonderful. Thank you. Like it's wonderful to hear how insightful you are, and clearly this work, you were born for this work, especially starting from high school, where you were treating people. So that's wonderful. Dr. Anika, as we speak about emerging trends, I'm curious about like your work with organizations. What are you recognizing are emerging challenges today as compared to when you began your work? I would imagine the internet is a key factor, but I'm curious just to know how these challenges are showing up in your work and what organizations and the people within them are facing as challenges in their work.
Great. You asked quite a few questions there, so I want to make sure I hit all those points. I think when I look at the evolution of psychology and mental health, and I think about where it was when I began and where it is now, there are some things that are consistent. For example, lack of providers and things of that nature, right? Lack of appreciation and taboo perceptions of mental illness and mental health. I think those things have always existed in the field, right? And then difficulty dealing with the correlation or the misunderstanding of how psychology and spirituality might relate and or serve as kind of counterfactuals to each other. Those things have been around in psychology and psychiatry since their existence. You can take that back to Freud, right, and Klein and all the others. But I think one of the things that's made times today more complex is what you described. It is burgeoning technology, increases in technology that truly impact our ability to stay connected, to also stay intimately connected, these one-on-one conversations versus these virtual relationships. I think another thing that's really been increasingly challenging is lack of financial resources, lack of funding and support in the field. Those are a few areas that I think have changed over time. I think some of the things we're seeing within organizations and across the field is how people have leveraged psychology, how they've leveraged traditional practices, and the work of organizations like Shamiri. We're realizing that if we increase the ability of people to provide services in mental health, then we're solving the problem. We can solve the problem of too few people being able to receive resources. I also think since the pandemic, what we've also seen is a greater appreciation for the mental health needs and the fact that it touches everyone's lives, every individual, whether you're diagnosed with it or not. You have a family member or you have a life crisis, we will all suffer. So I think there's a greater owning of that, but also less perspectives of this is taboo or this is inappropriate or it doesn't happen to me or let's not talk about it. So those are some of the emergent trends, I think. I could talk a little bit more about the organizational component, but I want to be respectful of time, so maybe we'll get back to that.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Merali.
Yes, no, it was very insightful comment, and I think that what is happening is that although with all due respect to Dr. Detay, psychiatry is a very important area in filling the needs of mental ill health. In my projection is that we will never have enough psychiatrists because a lot of the people that we train end up going to the global north where they're much more prosperous. And so how do we actually provide help to those that need in the rural areas where they are just as vulnerable, if not more so than we are here in the urban areas? And so what's very exciting in the trend that's changing is that the practices that we have actually imported from the global north are not entirely going to work for us here in the global south. And
thank you.
The reason is that we don't have those kinds of resources. The numbers of not very highly educated just beyond high school, and their job is to go door to door. They get like 60 households or so to look after the well-being of the children. They'll make sure that they are vaccinated, that they are growing well, and nutritionally they're doing great, things like that. So we asked the government whether you can use that workforce to actually survey the mental well-being needs of the communities that they are addressing, because nobody was asking them in the rural areas. And when we started asking them, we started seeing that there are a lot of them that actually need mental health support. And we trained through the tablet, so that it was an electronic device. They walked house to actually document who needs help and how much help do they need in the mental health domain, in depression, anxiety. Then we train them to be supportive, empathetic, give very low-grade cognitive therapy at the doorstep. And we thought at that time they were going through floods and difficulties, and I thought this will tide them over. What we are finding instead is their symptoms of depression and anxiety fell by 70%, 60 to 70%. This is phenomenal. And so I think that what I feel really hopeful about, and the trend that will change, that has to change, is that we need to be able to go door to door and give support to people that need. We can't wait for individuals from rural Kilifi to come to a psychiatrist's office here in urban Nairobi, for example. It's very difficult, very expensive. They can't afford it. Transportation is hard, and stigma is great. So if we change the paradigm and change the model that is more suited to our cultures and our geographies, then I think we'll be doing a big service to mankind. I think that's really where the trend that's changing is that we need to rethink our model of care using what our own needs are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think that's really important. You mentioned context, context in research and context in treatment. And before before I ask you about, hope and resilience and optimism and how to pursue that, my question about research and how the trends in research are shifting. Here in Kenya, are research modalities taking into consideration context in terms of class, in terms of economical backgrounds, in terms of gender? Is that something that you are seeing is happening here? Or is that something that is going to take a while because we're only just getting into destigmatizing psychiatric and mental health care? You could answer that. And because in the interest of time, also we'll keep the answers short. Thank you.
I think one of the people attending this meeting is Mercy, the current head of the mental health in Kenya. And I remember attending a meeting. Mercy, I say this because I think it's important for us to know that sometimes ignorance can be at a very high level. And there was this person from the Ministry of Health who stood up and said, we can't do much because we don't have research in this country. We don't have data in this country. Let me tell you, Kenya has massive data on mental health. coming from psychiatrists, coming from you, and I think the question is how we harness all the information. I think we should have more of that lady who go getting information from here, and if somebody were to do that.
So please hold the microphone up.
Somebody will be, sorry, I tend to be carried away when I'm talking. We have a lot of information. I'm just looking at that conversation on hope and resilience. We have several papers at the Institute where we are talking about hope, based on research, interviewing young people on hope, what it is that is important for them, and so on and so on. We have several papers on resilience as we are now talking, and we found that resilience is a very important aspect in moderating between events, that is like young people who get traumatized, and depending on their level of resilience,
the microphone,
they will develop mental illness, including psychosis, schizophrenia, depression, PTSD, anxiety, name it. And if you focus on resilience, improving the resilience, then what they would have developed without inputs on resilience would not happen. So resilience is very important. I just got that, and I felt very excited. Now, to be more specific on what you asked, I think I have about 500, just about 500 scientific publications on research in Kenya.
Just about 500, just about. Small number.
I have written 7 books. I have written 20 monographs that are available at the University of Nairobi. Looking at all the information, we have that information. One of the things allow me to say this. When I go to international conferences, I hear psychiatrists saying, we cannot have effective mental health services in Africa because we don't have psychiatrists, which is what Zua just said. And taking cues from somebody from North Africa, Missouri, and somebody else, you may not know this, who has been very effective. And the Vikram Patel, we tell them, shut up. You don't know what you are talking about. And I remember having a meeting in South Africa where Vikram Patel was talking, and we asked the same question, when shall we have enough psychiatry? And they said, no, don't talk about having enough psychiatry because you train them and they go away. And when you train them, they stay here in Nairobi. What about those communities that you were saying? So let me hear me. This is a message. We are very rich in terms of the resources that we can use for mental health. We have all of you here. Yeah. How many of you are here? We are more than the psychiatrists. What about the religious leaders out there, pastors? With their problems, the people in the community, if they have problems, they go to see those traditional healers, the pastors. Believe me or not, traditional healers. I think Dr. Musin might be here. She has done research on this, and very good research from Nigeria, that traditional healers can be very effective, but because of their explanatory models, they think of witchcraft and things like that, but we can help them. We have worked with them in some of our research centers, and they are very, very effective because they are the first contact. And they have told us, you doctors, you think you know it all, you say we never went to school, stay with your degrees, and you will stay with the patients. Yeah? So it's a question of dialogue, all of us having dialogue. And if we take that approach, 10 years from now,
will be good. Thank you so much, Professor Ndete. A round of applause. Now, on the question of hope, optimism, resilience, these fall under psychological capital, which refers to the internal resources that we each have available to help us navigate tough situations. My question for you, Dr. Anika, is how do we cultivate hope?
If I could answer how we cultivate hope, I'd probably be some kind of Nobel Prize winner or something. But my answer to that, I think that we cultivate hope by, one, being in communities like this, like-minded people who care and are committed. I think another thing in cultivating hope is having a sense of determination and intentionality in what we do and how we show up in the world. When I think of hope, resilience, and optimism, I think they're intersecting in many respects. And the research that I do in the States actually looks at things you described earlier, like how do isms, social class and religiosity and spirituality and gender and ethnicity and nationality, how do our identities influence our understanding of hope, optimism, and resilience? And what we do know is that working within community and working with others and building relationships is core to finding hope, right? And also I think this was really resonant for me in that very first video we watched this morning when they talked about the beauty and power of nature, right? Being one with nature and in harmony with systems and solutions around you. The video talked about music and education and access and connecting to others. I think so much of that is also rooted in how we find hope. I think hope springs internal, but I think it's also related to who we connect with and how we stay true to our own values and virtues and not get caught up in so much of what we're seeing in today's systems and society, social political issues, right? Inequities, but really finding a way to fight against it. So I think those are some of the ways to cultivate hope, but I really see them as a trifecta.
I love your answer because they're very interconnected. And Dr. Merali, I'm going to ask you to expound on this, but from this angle. There's a quote that I found yesterday that says, "Hope never abandons you, you abandon it," which I think reflects on what you said. Hope springs internal and eternal. But Dr. Merali, how do we make sure that these concepts of hope, resilience, and optimism are understood within this African context, right? So that it's not about, okay, I have hope, and it's almost like a toxic positivity where you're not addressing the challenges, you're kind of just ignoring them and mistaking that for hope rather than, ignoring an issue, right? How do we make sure that we understand these concepts within our African context based on the work that you've done here?
I think that that's a very important question in the sense that I think that what I was talking about earlier in terms of mobilizing community resources, we need to understand our own cultures and our own strengths and complement the other models of care that we have kind of brought into play here. And so I think that as Dr. Detai was saying, we need to kind of work as a community, and we need to tap into the strengths that come in from various different sectors. So for example, the pastors and the imams are very important because very often people go to houses of worship to look for help. But they'll also tell you, we've had webinars at the Brain and Mind Institute where we've had pastors and imams as a part of the panel, and they would come to you after the panel and say, you know what, a lot of people do come to us for help for mental health. We frankly don't know exactly what to do. We tell them to pray more, and they say, that's not the right answer, but we really don't know how to address this issue effectively. There is some faith that can take you places, but they want to know more. So we've created a course, and I think on my table is Dr. Kendi Muchungi. What we have done is create public-facing courses to train people how to recognize mental ill health when they encounter it, how to approach those people, and then what to do and what not to do. And they really appreciate it. So we've started training people in the religious houses of worship to see how they can address those mental health issues. But then we have so many other resources within the communities. We talk about community healers and faith healers. Sometimes we tend to throw away the baby with the bathwater. There is a lot of strength and capacity, and what's different from North America is religion is still very important in our communities. How do we really empower people to use all the strengths that they can get from many different perspectives? That's why I'm saying that the model of care needs to be rethought and retweaked to actually expand on our capacities, and to me that is what brings in hope, and you can see it really thriving.
Thank you so much. And Anika, you want to add to that?
Yeah, it's somewhat of an unrelated thought, but I was triggered by some of what you shared. I do think there is some power that comes from owning what you're struggling with, right? And sharing it with others and finding ways to release it. Because if we hold too much of the negativity and the complexity that we can't tackle alone, it's hard to find hope. So I think we have to think about that as individuals. Like, what am I struggling with and holding on to that's not allowing me to shine, right? It goes to the human element of why we do psychology, not necessarily the experimental or the research. But I want to talk about that piece of what do you do as individuals to find hope? And part of what happens for some people is they can't let go of the things that are stealing their hope. So I just want to bring it to that level just a touch.
Actually, I'm glad you said that, because then the question is, are hope, resilience, and optimism, are they byproducts of going through challenges? Can you be hopeful, resilient, and optimistic if, let's say, you haven't experienced any challenges, or are these concepts that we only develop after going through a challenging situation? Dr. Ndete, if
Well, when we did this research, we are in the process of drafting papers. We were surprised at the level of resilience. Of course, they did not know. They did not know that they had that kind of resilience. But when we asked specific questions using instruments that have been used extensively, when we studied them using instruments that measure hope, we found that, let's talk about resilience, we found that there was a lot of resilience in them, but they did not realize. It's like they had this power, untapped power within themselves, but they did not know what it was. They did not know how to use it. So with the work we are saying, there's a lot of potential within these people, young people. Go and tell them, you see, this is an aspect of resilience which you are deficient in. You are doing very well on this. Why don't you up the game as far as these deficient areas are, and increase them. We are also doing work on resilience in the community. We have an R01, we are doing this kind of work. And what we found, in fact, when we are trying to go into this kind of research, we were asked, me and other people we had a forum like this, and we had done some work, and do you know what we found? It has been said, and I have heard it even from the West, when we write papers, no, you can't do that because children don't talk to their parents. This is what we have been told. So when we went to this meeting, including children and parents and teachers, we started talking about this. And you know what the children told us? Please, can our parents assure us that what we are going to say here, we will not be punished for it? Yeah? And we gave the children the opportunity to talk, express what they wanted to do, what was going to make them cope better. And I told the patient, the relative, zip up, don't talk. And they listened. And they said, we did not know that our children have got these good ideas. So there is a lot of power. The light within. I don't know how you chose these titles. The light within. There's a lot of light within these young people. The question is, can you bring it out for them and encourage them? And that way we will go far. I have a lot of hope for the youth of this country.
Wonderful.
This way.
Wonderful. A big round of applause. We're going to have just a little bit of time for any questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, I'll be taking that in about 5 minutes. But I think Anika wants to say something, but my question, maybe you can answer this as you add on, is given the times are different, right? 20 years ago looks very different from today. And I think, you touched on it, where if the youth are coming into a space where they're going to share their issues and they want their parents or their elders to kind of not say anything, or they've been, kind of holding back, how would you say that, are there any consistent pieces of advice that would ring true, whether it was 20 years ago, whether it's today, because the youth today are experiencing much different challenges than you did. And so it might be difficult also to understand the context in which they grew up. They were born into a society that looks very different. But are there any consistent pieces of advice that you would give the youth today in their work to cultivate that hope and resilience and optimism? And this could be from your work or even just personal experience. I'll have Anika answer that, and then we'll have you, Dr. Merali.
Okay. Great. To your question earlier about does hope, optimism, and resilience come through suffering or struggle or vice versa, I believe that there is beauty on the other side of suffering, and life is going to give all of us suffering. I think the difference is having the capacity to work through it, which requires perspective and skill development and support. So I don't know which comes first, but I think if we look at the light, we look at nature, we look around, there are a lot of things in the world that show us there's something to be hopeful for that is bigger than us, right? But if we also realize that we're all prone and will suffer, and to do that work, to figure out how do I get to the other side of this pain, we won't feel as stuck. And I think that's where the hope, resilience, and optimism starts to come in. The internal belief that I can get through this and I can do this, maybe not alone, but with the right skills and social supports, I can get on the other side of it. I want to answer your question, but I'm going to have him answer it first since I've just spoken. Is that okay?
That's okay. Fine, thank you.
Yeah, so I think that it's, this issue of hope is very important, and I think we talked about context. And what's very important right now is that, first of all, we got to realize that the median age in Kenya, for example, is 2021. That means half the population is under 20 years old. When I was youngster in Uganda, for us to get a phone line, you had to wait 2 years to get a phone line in. And when I come back to Africa now, everybody has a phone. Absolutely everybody has a phone. So the technology is here. It's good and bad. And one of the things that pertains to what we are talking about today is this issue that the youth are facing that we haven't had a chance to talk about. One of the coming trends and realizations is that loneliness is a critical factor for our youth. When you ask them that do they feel lonely, they'll tell you absolutely. And like that concept didn't resonate to us before because we thought, if you're at a campus and if you're at a religious gathering, there are people all around you, what's there to be lonely about? But you can be alone, you can be lonely in a crowd. Now, what this technology unfortunately is doing for our youth, to have the phone and to have, as you were saying, virtual friends, hundreds of them that you never meet, you've lost some of your real friends that were one-on-one. And that is contributing to loneliness that we're perceiving right now. And the flip of the hopelessness is that we need to kind of change the paradigm again and become aware of the fact that we need to have those personal connections are extremely important, and not to kind of withdraw yourself and be with your virtual friends that is creating the loneliness. So I think that is one of the major factors. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So developing personal connections, and not just virtual ones, but personal connections and avoiding the loneliness. Anika?
The answer was so exceptional, and it's consistent with what I believe and see as well. And I do think human interaction and intimate connection in person is essential. But everything else you said is absolutely brilliant and spot on, so I won't add anything else.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Ndete, anything you can,
yes, all of
one
this,
piece of advice?
What has been said by my colleagues here, I can summarize it in one word. Communication.
Communication.
Yes. Respectful communication. Yes. If we are able to, the parents and
the microphone,
the parents and the children are able to communicate, I think you will go a long way. You saw me holding some papers. I'm surprised by this discussion because it's a paper that has been accepted. We are just revising it, and we found that the children were lonely at home. More than they are in schools, because in school they are able to form friends. But at home, they feel lonely. So unless we understand, please, it's very important that when we formulate policy, and this goes to the Minister of Health.
The microphone.
Goes to the Minister of Health and all of us. Please look for the scientific evidence. And there are ways of getting scientific evidence. Don't go by impressions, don't go by experience, I've done this. Yes, but what evidence is there for you to say what you are saying? So research remains fundamental. And I think this is where the research like NIH, Wellcome and other people, they emphasize on research to find out exactly what is happening. These days, we are talking about, they are talking about precision medicine. You would think precision medicine is in cardiology and all that. Precision medicine very much in psychiatry. What I said that you are going to tackle. And this is where I think researchers should come in.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So he's basically saying with what the internet, there's so much information, a lot of it is anecdotal, but just verify. You can also do your research and verify information that you find. If we have any questions from the audience, all right, I see two, we're gonna take two. So as Dr. Merali has one thing to add, we'll start with here. If I can have somebody to pass the microphone to the gentleman in the purple shirt. As Dr. Merali, you can give us your final remark.
So talking again about hope, I think one other realization that is coming to fore is that a lot of the conditions that we're talking about, depression, anxiety, and particularly now what is facing us is dementia. As our population is aging, we're going to face this in a major way very soon. But what is hopeful is that about 45 to 50% of dementia can be prevented. What you need to do is to identify the modifiable risk factors like we have done for cardiovascular disease. We need to do that for mental well-being and mental awareness. So the other message of hope is there's a lot we can do in the realm of prevention and promotion. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So if we could have the gentleman with the microphone ask his question.
Thank you. Mahmoud Merali, Head of Psychology, Aga Khan University, Nairobi. I think we were summing up a lot of stuff that's coming out from filtering out from what the three of you are talking about. And I think when we are talking about hope and we are talking about loneliness and we are talking about the youth and mental health issues, and I think one of the profound things that I have found in my experience is the need to come out and conquer stigma. There is so much stigma surrounding mental health, adolescent issues, substance use, etc., that people become more lonely because they can't come out and talk about it, or there are challenges to it, culture, tradition, etc., So I think working on stigma also, which is very dear to me, is profoundly important in terms of reducing loneliness, in terms of creating awareness, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to add to stigma. I think that's right. I think another piece of it is shame, right? So it's not just the stigma, but the shame of how we're suffering and what we're feeling. And I think as a field of psychology, psychiatry, mental health, social work, we need to normalize mental health, and we need to normalize getting support, recognizing that help seeking is actually healthy, and people who are healthy are more likely to seek support. So if we can combine your response, which I think is spot on, which is stigma, but the bigger piece for many people is the shame that they feel internally, which creates the loneliness and isolation and suffering that they're not talking about.
True, they're so interconnected, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, they're very connected, yeah. And it's an important area to destigmatize. And what's interesting is that this is a global phenomenon. Like, it's not that the stigma is phenomenally high here as compared to the global north. They too are battling with stigma. But I think there's a lot of hope. I think particularly since after COVID, I've seen a real change in people's openness to talk about the mental health, because they started experiencing levels of symptoms, not maybe pathological, but everybody was suffering with some form of symptoms that are related to mental ill health. So the conversation is open, and hopefully we're at the cusp of a movement that will kind of say, it is okay. Everybody has issues with mental ill health. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Wonderful. One more question before we wrap up the conversation. Thank you.
Afternoon, guys. My name is Aldo Olwachalunya, and I'm a counseling psychologist. Before I ask, I just want to say thanks for all the knowledge, wisdom. It's really, I feel like I'm doused in it, but in the best kind of way. My question for all the people on the panel, when listening to you talk and the experiences and all the things that you've done, a lot of the stuff that you were doing was uncharted. So I wanted to know, what do you draw on to move forward and stay the course when it's an unbeaten path? When people might tell you, you shouldn't do this, we've never done this before, talking about the research. So what helps you keep going even when the surroundings are saying that this is something which shouldn't be done or has not been done before?
Thank you. And I'll ask you to keep it brief. We'll have each of you answer.
Well, I draw a lot of inspiration from my parents. I grew up in a family of teachers, and I saw the value of hard work and principles and building communities by truly engaging and doing things that are beneficial to the communities. That has always stayed with me, and I think that is really the answer. The drive that you get is that you need to believe that that's a purpose in what you do, and I think all of us, and probably everybody in the room, believes in the purpose, and I think that the purpose gives you the drive to do what you do.
Professor Ndute.
Yeah, for me, if you ask me, I think when I start talking, I said, actually, I don't know why I do these things. Yeah, but I find myself doing them, and if I don't do them, I'm very, very unsettled. That's my golf. If you go to Muthaiga, I don't know if people want to go to Muthaiga. Research is my golf. If you want to go to drink in a pub, my research room is my pub. And I think it's just an inspiration. I don't think there's anything special about me. I don't think that I, as an individual, have contributed to this. Maybe God gave me some of these talents, and I want you, the talents gave me to give back. So if you ask me, it's just an inspiration. You love doing it, just like people love doing many other things.
Wonderful, thank you. And Anika?
Thank you. I believe in people. I think there are more people on the planet who want to do good and great things, and I'm inspired that I can have a positive change. So I work every day to do those things. But everything you said, it's like +1, amen, all the gods to your deity of choice is spot on for me too. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, could we please have a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists today. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service. And thank you for being here today. Thank you very much to the Shamiri Institute and the Summit. My name is Patricia Wangeshikihoro, and I've been your moderator for this panel. It's been an honor and a pleasure, and I'll see you out in the world somewhere. Thank you.
Michelle, Mike.
Other two? Where?
Check 1 2. Is it afternoon yet? Good afternoon. I greet you in the name of happiness and everything positive. How are you? Are you okay? Are you fine? Is your light shining? Make it shine. Maybe just a brief introduction. My name is Idi Achieng. I'm an actress, musician.
Hi guys. My name is Kanyeria. I'm a music producer and other nice things I will not mention here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by names of Holy Honest. I'm a music artist and actor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Samir. Vicky Khan, as my stage name is Vicky Khan.
Michelle is my name, and music is my game.
Thank you.
Suzanne Kashuki Opembe. I'm a musician and a producer.
Hello, hello. This is Mr. Filter, member of One of Wakimbizi. Hello, hello, Takongera America.
So the song that we are going to sing is entitled Let Your Light Shine. It's a collaboration of different artists. It's still work in progress, and we are glad for this invitation by the Shamir. You know where I come from? I can almost say Samir. So allow me, the fish of fall cover. Enjoy the song, DJ.
And feel free to dance with us. Eh?
Yeah, and sing along.
Sing
it's
along.
A feel-good song. Yeah. The world out there. I think we're gonna take this again. I think we're gonna take this again with some volume, kindly. Let's go.
It's okay not to be okay.
It's a lonely world out there. Are you okay? Are you okay? Sweet rhythms and melodies heal the soul. So spread your love to the world and let your light shine, extending the message of love from the global south.
One thing music does is heal the soul. A pretty simple song can make you whole. So we're singing you this song. We hope you makes you strong again. Again. Let's get some more volume, please. More volume. Give me some more volume.
Light into the night.
It's your story, it's your song.
It's where you belong.
Good vibes. Spread good vibes. Good vibes. Spread good vibes. All around the world.
Spread good vibes
All around the world. There we go.
Hatogwa mumanyi bera nakukiriza tuli nawe
Uganda.
Tujja kukuyamba ng'oli wansi tewemala umanyi gwekiriza ebiseera eby'omu maaso bijja nkwatako tegumye nze ndi naawe beera nakukiriza
Where you go, come on and take my hand. Let me love each other. Take a stand. As we singing you this song, step by step we rise together again, again, again.
Shine bright, right into the night. It's your story, it's your song. It's where you belong in the light.
Good vibes,
good vibes,
spread good vibes,
good vibes,
spread good vibes,
spread good vibes
all around.
चाहिए मेरा होने से बेहतर है मीठा बोलिए अनमनों की खुशी न मतलब है सेहत तो हर दिन तेरा शाहकार चाहिए जिंदगी दोस्त बन जा मेरी जिंदगी
Clap your hands, son. Hey, Georgia kuna noma, tunajipa hope chances by ngoma. Shona, kama tuko big, tuko kesho tano. Tuko pamoja, mpangano kama masoja. Forever presence, Mr. Future, refugees in your phone. Good vibes. La 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 la. That's good vibes. Imbo imbo amatumaini wangu.
Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Let your light shine. Good vibes, yeah. It's okay. Good vibes, not too bright. Let your light shine.
It's okay.
Not to be okay. Good vibes.
It's okay. Not to be okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Not to be okay.
Not to be okay.
It's okay.
Not to be okay.
Sing it.
It's okay not to be okay.
It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay.
La 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 la. Oh, it's okay not to be okay.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay not to be okay. Thank you.
Somebody gotea mwingine useme mpatie tano. Sema it's okay not to be okay. Gotea your neighbor.
It's okay not to be
Mwambie it's okay not to be okay. Thank you so much.
Tunawapenda mzee, shukran.
It's okay not to be okay. Using the power of music to step down messages that touch the soul. It's okay not to be okay. That's our takeoff point with the arts. And as I wait for Susan to come back on stage so that we take a few questions just before the next session, maybe we can be guided through this.
Thank you all so much. Can we get one more round of applause, please? Thank you, thank you. I think some of what probably a lot of people are curious about is what the inspiration for this song was. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the story behind it.
Sure thing. Well, the founder of a movement called Gulf Good Vibes, he's called Felix Chariot, and he's based in Doha, in Qatar. He saw a lot of the difficulties that some of the diasporans were facing, you know, being lonely, just mental health challenges in general. And so he approached us and asked us to write a song. For us, because of being musicians, of course, we see it everywhere in our community, so we were very inspired to do that, to come up with a song. And it was produced by Kennedy Kanyeria and myself, and then everybody sort of teamed up and wrote the song and the lyrics.
Can you maybe tell us a little bit about that process, how it was to come together as a team? Did you know each other before? Was it kind of magic, spur of the moment, artist inspiration?
Edie and I have known each other for years. Michelle, of course, I've known for years. The new person, Holy, the Ugandan who put in the Luganda lyrics, was introduced to us by Filter. Of course, Filter has been one of my artists. And also Vicky was introduced to us, who sang the Hindi. So we've worked together on advocacy songs over the years. So this is something that we kind of, we do quite easily. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's really just about, of course, what people are going through, about the stigma. I really enjoyed the last the panel with Patricia, because of that whole thing of the stigma and removing the stigma and how do you support people. And so that's really our inspiration, that we want to be able to tell people it's okay not to be okay, and seek help and talk to someone.
Beautiful. That message really comes through, I think, for me, probably for a lot of you. Just one more question, maybe for you, Suzanne. Where do you see taking this song? How do you envision this kind of reaching, sharing your message with the world? Are you only based here in Kenya, or are you seeing yourselves going touring, taking this song and this message to other places?
Of course, being artists, art has no borders. We can reach anywhere, and the message is going out. Of course, there's this convention in Qatar where we'll be presenting it. And we also actually hope so much for partnerships that can work along with artists like the Shamiri Institute, would really come in handy, so that when we partner together, then we can even delve more into matters regarding mental wellness, right?
Yeah, and we're also planning to translate it into over 15 languages and just keep going and put messaging around it as well that we can disseminate. So it's a big project.
Ages. To all ages, actually. And interesting is about the youth. That data is quite interesting, and it has also gotten us thinking, who can you reach out to even more, even locally? Actually, the youth is quite a demography to look at.
And can you let us know, and the audience know, how do we find you? How do we make sure to connect and listen to your music and share it?
Oh, sure. We're all over. We're on YouTube under Sub-Sahara Entertainment. Gulf Good Vibes also is on YouTube, on social media, so you'll be able to find us very easily. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank
so
you.
Gulf Good Vibes.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Wow, so we're finally, just one more thing, and then we're going to take the break for lunch, so I know we can do it. Can you hear me at the back? No? Can you hear me? Okay, great, cool. Yeah, so we are really excited about the next 20 minutes because, we think that we do a lot of really cool stuff at Shamiri, and once a year we get to brag about it. And we get to show you all of the, cool, amazing things that we're working on. And I'm just really, excited to share with you some of the things we've been doing this year and some of the things that we want to work on for the coming year. When we started Shamiri, we knew that we had to think about this a little bit differently. We had to find ways to innovate at the frontier. We had to find ways not just of innovating, but once again to innovate at the frontier. And the reason why this was very important for us was because we realized that we were really dealing with a super complex problem. So as we saw in the spotlight talk today and in the panel, mental health is mental health issues are really, complex and complicated. To solve complex problems, we require complex solutions. And to build complex solutions, we require innovation. And just coming up with complex solutions is only one part of the equation. So you can come up with a complex solution, but because the treatment gap and the need for mental health is so large, these complex solutions have to be able to scale. So you have to build complex solutions that can not only just serve an individual or a community, but can really reach scale. And often when people think about scale, what they think about is numbers. They're like, okay, do you want to serve 1 million people or 10 million people, etc.? But we think that thinking of scale really misses the point, right? Because, for example, we have 1 billion people in the world who are struggling with some form of a mental health problem. So if you have this great solution and you can only reach 1 million people, there's still so many people that you haven't reached. So you really haven't reached scale. And so you need to think about scale differently, and how we think about it is coming up with a solution, coming up with a complex solution to a complex problem, and trying to get this solution to reach its full potential without having its full potential limited by a number, and without having its full potential limited by the ability of what you can do. So that's how we're thinking about scale. So we're thinking about scale from this perspective that we want to come up with complex solutions to these complex problems, but we just don't want to stop there. We want to take these complex solutions to scale. And what we mean by taking these complex solutions to scale is we want them to reach their full potential. So how do we do that? So we do that by every year thinking about 3 big questions. And our thinking is, if every year we can move closer and closer to answering these 3 big questions, then we become closer at building these complex solutions that can scale. And the first question for us is obviously, how do you build for scale? And the idea behind this question is, you cannot think about scale as an afterthought. So if you're designing a solution and you're trying to get that solution to scale, scale has to be at the very beginning of the conversation. So you have to think about building for scale as the very first step, right? So the first question we ask ourselves is, how can we build for scale? The second question that we ask ourselves is, how can we make interventions better? The reality, and those of us who work in mental health agree with this, is mental health interventions are not that great. That is just the reality. Therapy works for some people, it doesn't work for some people. Antidepressants work for some people, it doesn't work for some people. So where we are as a field when it comes to the potency of our interventions is that we're really not quite there. And so a big part of solving this problem is we need to be able to figure out how we can make interventions more potent and better. And the third question stems from this thing that both Dr. Zul and Professor Ndete mentioned, which is we need to rethink about providers in the mental health space. And we need to think about how can we train and empower the next generation of providers, more broadly speaking, beyond just the traditional psychologists and psychiatrists? Can we take advantage of this immense human resource that we have to be able to train and empower the next generation of providers? So those are our three big questions, and I'm going to walk you through our latest thinking and some of the things that we have been doing when it comes to answering these three big questions. So let us start with how can we build for scale? So when you think about this, we think that there are two parts to this question, how can we build for scale? Obviously, the high-level thing is we need to build something, and we'll just call it a model or a solution. So we need to build a solution that can scale, and that is one part of answering this question. So you need to come up with something, and that is the first part. But a second part of the question that we often don't spend time really thinking about is what systems do we need to scale it? So I can come up with a really wonderful model that has the possibility of being scaled, but that's only one part of the equation. There is the infrastructure that you need to be able to scale this system. So we break down this question into these two parts, and we think we need to work on these two parts concurrently to be able to answer this first question. So when we started thinking about this, we thought that the West knew the answers. That is a common thing that we start with. So we were like, okay, let us ask our American and European brothers and sisters what their complex solution to this complex problem is. And this is the gold standard in America. So like, let's say, like Annika, you're from Atlanta, and you're a depressed person in Atlanta. The gold standard solution in Atlanta is you will need to see either a PhD psychologist or an MD psychiatrist. You will need to go for one-on-one session for at least 12 weeks, and you need to have at least $3,000 to be able to afford this. So this is the gold standard solution when it comes to dealing with the complex mental health problems that the West has to offer to the world. And so we began our thinking from this foundation, but then we realized that this foundation couldn't really work in our context. For example, as has been mentioned here, we don't have enough PhD psychologists or MD psychiatrists in the country. In fact, a funny joke from Professor Ndete, I once asked him if he knew how many child and adolescent psychiatrists were in the country, and he said there are 2. And I was like, what is your source or reference for this? And he was like, I trained them. And that just paints the picture that this PhD psychologist and MD psychiatrist approach is not really going to work in this context. And let's assume it works. Like, let's assume that we can get a PhD or an MD psychiatrist. The challenge is just kind of looking into our own lives, let alone looking into the lives of young people. How many of us have 12 weeks for one-on-one sessions? It's almost really impossible to put that in our daily lives, right? And in fact, on average, from the data, people attend on average about 3 sessions. So if you have this whole intervention protocol that requires you to spend 12 weeks doing, and people are only going to show up for 3 sessions, you're really kind of setting up yourself for failure, even if you're an MD psychiatrist or a PhD psychologist. And obviously, no one has $3,000 or the GDP equivalent of that to spend on mental health. So this made us realize that we needed a different model. Like, the Western gold standard solution wasn't going to work in this context. We needed a different model, and we needed to think differently. And so we started thinking differently, and we started asking ourselves, how do we build this different model? And we thought that this was going to be a really complicated question to answer. But we found that already locally, there were 3 simple ideas that could give us a map and a pathway to designing this type of a model. And these are really 3 simple ideas that I'm going to talk about. But you're going to be amazed by just how simple these ideas are, and as how much potential these ideas have when it comes to really helping us revolutionize and rethink about mental health. The first idea is what I will call low-touch therapy. And I'm using this word pretty loosely, but basically what I'm referring to is if you look at how caregiving is happening right now, and to build on what Professor Ndete had said, you are having folks who are doing light interventions. So for example, as he said, you can go to a pastor, and the pastor, will do some motivational coaching for you. It's a light touch intervention. You can, practice things like gratitude, and that's, kind of a form of a light touch intervention. And there are a lot of these low touch intervention that people are already using, and which over the last 2 decades, research from social and clinical psychology has told us, can be quite powerful and potent when it comes to helping us reduce the treatment gap and deal with mental health issues. But the challenge is the traditional Western gold standard model doesn't really consider this low touch therapy as a part of their caregiving model. The second idea is this idea of human resources. There is a great article in the World Psychiatry that I wrote. Sorry for bringing you up again, Professor Ndete. And the title of that article was called a scarcity fallacy. And the idea behind it was, if you go outside and you ask people, what is the challenge of mental health? And they're going to mention things around scarcity. We don't have enough providers. We don't have enough resources and infrastructure. We don't have enough money. But in fact, we actually do. We have a lot of human resources, as was mentioned, the clergy, coaches, social workers, etc., who are already doing a major part of the caregiving process, but they are not really involved within the mental health caregiving system. So can we build a different type of caregiving model that allows us to harness these existing resources that we have, but also to integrate them with MD psychiatrists and PhD psychologists, so that we are all working together within one team, rather than us being 2 separate teams that are not working together. And the third idea is around community. And so when you're speaking about community, the idea is in the Western model, we make mental health and mental health help seeking a really lonely and isolating thing. You have to go to a clinic, you have to go and see a psychologist. But most mental health already is happening at the community level, the most basic being the family. People in the family, for example, are the primary caregivers for a lot of folks who have mental health challenges. And then it goes to the school, in the school system, and in the religious systems. And so all of these community things which we're already doing to support our mental health, but we're trying to build a mental health care model that is separate from community and not embedded within community. And we thought that these 3 ideas could help us to build a model that would have the potential to scale. And so we put them together into what we call the Shamiri model. And this Shamiri model basically combines this idea of low-touch therapy, tiered caregiving, and community-centered care. And it does it in this way. So with low-touch therapy, we think that it provides us with a very easy point of entry, and an easy point of entry that is important when it comes to addressing stigma and shame. And so the type of low-touch therapy, for example, that we do at Shamiri are orientated around things like growth mindset, gratitude, values. And we think it's easier for someone to attend a session on growth mindset than to attend a cognitive behavioral therapy session as the first point of entry. So we have a very easy point of entry if we can orientate care initially around low-touch therapy. And because of this, it also helps us to deal with the issues of stigma. It is not as stigmatizing to reflect on your sense of purpose and on your values as it might be to seek therapy for depression. And as we will show as we continue, this type of intervention is also super cost effective, and that makes it possible for us to be able to scale them. When it comes to tiered caregiving, one idea which has already been mentioned earlier by Dr. Zul is this idea of task shifting. And so basically the idea of task shifting is, can we move some of these things that will typically be done by MD psychiatrists and PhD psychologists and shift that to be done by these large, vast human resources that we already have that are doing something around mental health. And we think we can, and there's a lot of evidence around the world that is working. And so the question then becomes, how do we build a model that allows us to do this on a day-to-day basis. Because the beauty of task shifting is it allows for both upward and downstream referral. So psychologists and psychiatrists will concentrate their efforts on the people who really need their help, and those who maybe have mild or moderate, kind of symptoms, kind of downstream referral to other types of providers. And this allows us to be able to give people appropriate care. So we can match care depending on the symptom types, depending on the severity, etc. And finally, community. We need to orientate care around community because it allows us to meet people where they are, and that is really crucial when it comes to mental health and when it comes to, dealing, kind of with stigma. We need to meet people where they are, and so we need to find the communities where they are, and we need to center care within those communities as the initial point of entry. Yes, when there is upward, referral, you can eventually refer them to like a clinic, but we need to begin at the community because that's where we're going to find people where they are. And this allows us to allow people to create support networks, and allows us to explore things like group-based care, which really vastly expands the amount of people you can reach when compared to one-on-one care. So those are the three ideas: low-touch therapy, tiered caregiving, and community. So I'm going to show you two ways that we've been trying to implement these ideas in the real life. So the first is around the work we've been trying to do in high schools and for adolescents. And this is really inspired by this realization that the median age in Kenya is 19. So we do have a lot of young people who are in schools. And most mental health problems also onset at the age of 12, 13, 14. And we also have a really great opportunity to intervene at this age. So we took these three ideas and we built them into a model that we could be able to implement within for adolescents. And because of this, we think of the school as our community. Most young people are in secondary schools, and we want to meet them where they are. And so can we think of the school as the place for building mental health care and mental health services? And we can, right? So we can, if we can go to schools and we can build care within schools, that allows us to meet young people, to meet adolescents, where they are. And when it comes to task shifting, how we're thinking about it is that we train 18 to 22 years old who are just recent high school graduates, so they graduate from high school. And for those of us who've gone through 844, we have this 1 year period between high school graduation and when you can start university. And there's a huge supply, given the median age, there's a huge supply of young people who are between the ages of 18 to 22 years old. And so we think that this provides us with a really great opportunity to task shift, and it also allows us to do something which we think is really beautiful, which is getting people who are as close to the lived experience of the young people as possible. 18 to 22-year-olds just graduated high school. They're still more intimately familiar with the challenges that young people are facing. So that's why we think that they're a great resource when it comes to task shifting. And then they deliver simple, brief, low-touch interventions that teach things like growth mindset, which is just the idea that you should face challenges as an opportunity to grow. Gratitude, practicing gratitude and noticing every day the good things that are happening in your life. Developing a sense of purpose by connecting with the values and the things that matter to you, and using this type of frameworks in problem solving, right? So if you're struggling, with a social relationship in school or with academics in school, you can use a growth mindset to deal with it. You can connect to the values that matter to you as a framework for, for going through and for solving this problem. So this is a really simple model, as you can see, where we are task shifting to 18 to 22-year-olds. They're working within schools and they're teaching really simple, content, which is very easy to task shift and to get young people to do. But we know that we want to build this system that allows for both upward referral and downstream referral. And we want to make sure that no one is left behind, right? And so how we've imagined doing that is through this 3-tier model, where at the base of this model, you have the low-touch therapy that is being delivered by the lay providers. But these lay providers are working under the second part of the model, under what we are calling low-cost caregivers. So low-cost caregivers are your social workers, are these other folks who are not yet at that level of being PhD psychologists or MD psychiatrists, but they can and they are already doing something around mental health. So they can train, recruit, and supervise the lay providers, and they can also be able to handle more severe and moderate cases that the group session and the group context cannot be able to do. And then finally, we want to also make sure that we're working with MD psychiatrists and the PhD psychologists. So we need to be able to refer the more severe cases to them and allow them to also do downstream referral of the less severe cases. And so this allows us to then integrate within the existing system of caregiving and the existing healthcare system without having to build something from scratch. So this is how we are imagining this, how we are implementing this tiered caregiving model. And so if you're a young person like Naftal, and you're in school and you're struggling with issues in school, you can sign up for this Shamiri programming within your school. You can attend these group sessions and go through this content around growth, gratitude, and values. And after 4 weeks, we do have data that shows that you're thriving. And we do have data that shows that kids like Naftal not only experience reduced depression and anxiety, but also improving their grades and their social relationships. And I am not making this up. I know this because we have tested this across multiple RCTs, and we do have evidence to show that this approach can really work. So that's the Shamiri model for adolescents, and that's how we are taking these 3 simple ideas and we are turning it into a model that can be easily replicated. So one thing I get asked when I travel a lot, especially in the West, to explain this model, and they're like, it seems too simple. How does it compare to a gold standard model? I get asked that a lot. And so we've done this cool thing where we've taken 50 years of data from youth mental health treatments across in the US, and we've turned them into something that we call common language effect sizes. So a way of thinking about common language effect sizes is the probability or percentage that if you're depressed and you go through an intervention, you become depression free. I'm just going to skip and you become depression free. So it's from 0 to 100%. So 100%, if you go through this intervention, 100% of the time, you become depression free. And if you don't, if it's 0%, 0% of the time, you become depression free. So if you look at data from 50 years of these 12 sessions, PhD, MD, Western model, they are at 63%. So you only have a 63% chance with the America gold standard approach of becoming depression free. That's the common language effect size. And so how does this compare with what they will call this simple Shamiri model? So we are at 64%. So we are comparable to this, kind of gold standard model. And I was online, and there is this meme that says aura for aura. And so we're arguing that if the American model is considered gold standard, then the Shamiri model must also be considered gold standard, because we can get the same effects. And so we're really excited about this, because we think that this really takes these 3 simple ideas that are basically part of our lives, turns into a model that can arrive and can achieve the same effects. So how much should gold standard care cost? How much should you pay? I already told you, if you're in the US and you're like Annika, you need to pay $3,000. So the question is, how do we compare to this $3,000? Our cost is only $8. So we are really doing this at a fraction of the cost, and we are really showing that you can be able to provide gold standard care at a fraction of the cost. And we are really excited about this, because this then tackles this resource scarcity problem when it comes to financial scarcity. If you can do this for $8, and we think at scale you can even do it for cheaper, you make mental health more affordable and more accessible to people, and you start tackling some of these barriers around financial scarcity that limits people from receiving mental health. So that's the model, and we've been working on it for 3-4 years now. 2 years ago, we were asked by some of our fellows and some of the young people that we're working with as they're transitioning out of like high school into universities, that how are we responding to some of these emerging trends that are happening around the world. And one of those, okay, I need to speak about scale. So going back to this model, because we can do it for $8 per person, it means that scale is possible. And we've shown that scale is possible over the last 3 years, moving from, kind of reaching 1,000 youths per year in 2021 to now reaching 100,000 per year through both the work we're doing ourselves at Shamiri Hubs and through also partners, some of whom you'll be able to hear from in the panel in the afternoon. And that is our commitment. Our commitment is to scaling this, and we're really excited to scale it. And what we're hoping to do and what we're excited to do is to scale this to be reaching 1 million lives by 2028. And we think that in addition to just like helping people improve in their mental health, this also create a lot of opportunities for young people, including our lay providers. We think we'll have like 20K lay providers and over 1K supervisors and experts as we aim to reach this goal of serving 1 million people. So back to what I was saying. So we were asked, how do we respond to these emerging factors in the world? And one of those is we are living in an increasingly digital world. Now, the way young people are thinking about and experiencing mental health is becoming more and more digitized. And digital literacy and the use of smartphones is increasingly becoming a part of our world. And even though it is still not the reality right now that people are accessing mental health through their phones, we think that in 5-10 years, that will be a big part, of the way that people experience and interact with mental health. And so we want to get ahead of this, and we want to start thinking about how do we build this model that we've been able to really do well in schools, and how do we make it possible to do this digitally. And so this year we've been thinking about and starting to experiment with how we can transform the digital experience. And the reason why we're doing this is, as you will see in the mental health report that we'll be talking about tomorrow, one of the challenges with digital spaces is that they are a stressor. So online communities, yes, connect people, but also are responsible, for a lot of the mental health issues that people are having. But at the same time, it is a modern reality that people are spending so much time in these spaces. So is it possible to build digital communities and to make these digital communities cool and safe and exciting, for people? So we're experimenting with this. So we don't have as much data, and we're not as confident about this as we are, with our in-person model. But I just wanted to share with you, kind of some of the different ideas that we've been exploring and some of the preliminary findings that we are having when it comes to reimagining the digital space and trying to build around it. So our first attempt, which we did this year with young people at Mount Kenya University, was they told us that they were using smartphones, and so we were like, can we be able to build some form of like a community app that could allow us to build a supportive community? And they told us that they wanted to also know what their mental health was, and can we be able to allow people to track and share their mental health and their well-being on this community app. And our first iteration of this, kind of taking all of this feedback and working iteratively through like focus groups, etc., was to build this app, which basically allowed people to do a few different things. One was kind of this daily check-ins, so allowing people to check in on the emotional state, the associated feelings, and their triggers. And we built it into an app, which you can see on the screen. And apart from this daily check-in, we also wanted them to do more broader check-ins. And these check-ins, we wanted them to be orientated around this idea of human flourishing. So bringing it back to the 5 domains of human flourishing that we were talking about at the beginning, could we make an avenue for people to be able to track how they're doing across these 5 domains? And one cool thing which came out of this group, so is that young people wanted to share their feelings, and they wanted to share it in a non-stigmatizing ways. And how they do share things now is through content. They share images and videos, etc. And in our first iteration, we basically used AI to turn these cores into art, so like into image and mood boards that they could then use to share with their friends in an attempt to make mental health, kind of more stigma-free. And then we allowed people to build communities online, so they could invite their friends and they could go through like virtual, kind of sessions together. And we tested this, the findings are still not very promising. So as I said, we tested this with 5,000 students at Mount Kenya University. And what we have found is, whereas this is promising, there's still a lot of work that we need to do. And over the next year, we're going to experiment doing this, for example, on WhatsApp, through WhatsApp bots, because that's coming up as another avenue that people want to experience and explore when it comes to like connecting with mental health. And we will continue trying to do this with the idea of, in 5-10 years, when this shift happens to people primarily thinking about their mental health from these digital online spaces, we will have made some kind of advances when it comes to thinking about, is it possible or not possible to be able to replicate some of these things that we can be able to do really greatly in in-person communities, in virtual communities, as a response to just this changing trends, young people are interacting, with mental health. So we think we can build for a digital age, but we still have a lot more work to do with regards to do that. Yeah, so how can we build for scale? And I said the two parts of this. The first part is we need a model that can scale, and the second part, we need a system that can support this scale. So we've talked about the model that can scale, and now let's talk about building a system that can support this scaling. So systems are mostly about operations. It's mostly about the back office. It's doing the things which are not really exciting. It's like supply chain, finance, scheduling people, all those type of stuff, right? So if you're building a model, you need to be able to schedule sessions with school. You need to be able to have the providers, book their calendars. You need to collect the data. You need to pay them. So systems are mostly about operations. And so we approached it from that angle. And then we realized that tech actually provides us with a very powerful way for solving for a lot of these operational issues. So these are issues that can be quite simply and quite effectively solved with tech. So we came up with Shamiri OS, and the idea behind Shamiri OS was to build a tech operating system that we could be able to use to handle these back-end operations and build this system that you need to really scale. And the way it's designed is it's designed to do three things. So the first is obviously operations, which you've talked about, and these are the operations from like just the back office perspective. The second is you need to provide the providers with clinical tools. So if they need to collect data, do assessments, stuff like that, you need to provide them, kind of with the tools that they need to do this. And the third part is you also need to be actively learning. So you need to be monitoring and evaluating. And so we figured out that these three parts were really going to be super important when it came to building up this tech platform that could allow us to have a backbone for scaling. Yeah, so the way, kind of Shamiri OS works, we were going to do a demo, but I think we're running out of time, so we won't do the demo. But the framework basically is we have three parts. So we have this digital hub for doers, and the digital hub does all of the boring things that people don't like doing, like paying people on M-Pesa, scheduling, etc. So all the supply chain stuff. The second is you have a platform for providers, where they can be able to manage, kind of like the cases that they're dealing with. And what really underpins this is a platform that allows for like active learning and active evaluation. And we'll, in the next session in the afternoon, provide links to this so that you can play around with them and just see, kind of what we're doing. And the idea is if we can build this tech infrastructure as a system that allows us to scale, then we make scaling possible, quite easily. And so Shamiri OS right now, it can automate, operations, provide clinical tools, allow for real-time analytics. And because of real-time analytics, you can do real-time optimization as well. But we are really excited about this, not just for its potential, for what it can do for us, but its potential for what it can do to others. There are other organizations around which are also building their different models based on the three simple ideas. The three simple ideas are not unique to Shamiri. There are a lot of other organizations around the world, which are using low-touch therapy, doing task shifting, etc. And we think that we can really be able to amplify their work if we can make this available, for them as well. And this year we've experimented with this in Kenya, and already 7 organizations which are using Shamiri OS to be able to do some of the caregiving. Next year, we're pretty excited because this is going outside of Africa. So you have this organization in Ecuador, which does group-based therapy, which is going to be able to do this. And the one which I'm mostly and really excited about is Friendship Bench, which is an organization in Zimbabwe, which trains grandmothers to offer mental health therapy, and they already work with for over 500,000 people. And they'll also be using Shamiri OS to help, kind of like with their infrastructure. And so this allows us to really scale, the amount of impact we can have. But just, focusing as well on providing just the back-end infrastructure and systems that can be able to help other organizations. And we think by the end of next year, all the organizations that will be using Shamiri OS will be touching, over 1 million lives. And that's something that we're really, proud of at Shamiri. Yeah, so how can we build for scale? So a model that can scale, system that can support scaling. So that brings us to the end of how we think about this first question. So moving on to the second question, how can we make interventions better? So I showed this graph. This graph tells two stories. On the one side, it tells a story that we're really proud of, which is that our simple model can be able to effectively compete with other complicated models. But the other story that it tells is just how ineffective mental health interventions are. If we are doing 63% and 64%, we are only 13 and 14% better than chance. So we're investing all of these resources on building interventions which are only marginally better than chance. And as we are thinking about designing complex solutions that can scale, at some point we also have to think about this issue. How can we build interventions that are more potent, that get us to 70%, 80%, etc.? And we don't have an answer to that, but we have a few ideas that we're exploring. And I'll talk about 2 of these ideas. The first idea just basically stems from this realization that to make mental health interventions more potent, you need better therapists and better therapies. So better therapists and better therapies. And our idea building on this is there a way that we can make therapies and therapists better? And we think there are 2 ways that we can do this. The first way is we can empower therapists with the right type of tools. And the second way is maybe we should think a little bit outside of the box, right? If the way that we are thinking about mental health right now leads us to building interventions which are only 63 or 64% effective, can we think differently about how we build this type of interventions? So starting first with empowering therapists with the right types of tools. So we are cautiously optimistic that AI can provide us with an avenue to start doing that. And we've started working on what we are calling Shamiri AI. And our thinking around Shamiri AI is that its true potential can lie on if we can do one of 3 things. So the first is this idea of precision care. So the idea of precision care is matching people with the right type of therapy and with the right type of therapist. So how does that look in our context? So right now, what we do at Shamiri, for example, is we go to a school. Let's say we sign up 100 kids to join our sessions. We randomize these 100 kids into 10 groups. We randomize 10 lay providers into these groups. And this is what gives us 64%. But what if we could match these groups using baseline data, using data on people's socio-demographic, mental health, etc. And what if we could figure out like the dynamics within the groups that make some group leaders more effective at leading certain types of groups than others? So if we could do that and we could start matching people more precisely rather than matching people more randomly, then perhaps we can be able to increase our effect sizes. And that's something that we will be exploring next year, through a few like A/B trials to see if that possibility is possible. And is, for example, one way it could work. So one way it could work is you take all of the data that you have and you compress it in different dimensions. One dimension, for example, being how severe these mental health problems are or what the presenting symptoms are. And then over time, building more precision care algorithms that allow for further personalization. Second thing that we think AI can help us do is around precision training. So a big part of task shifting is we need to train lay providers and we need to train our clinical supervisors, and we also need to supervise them. But right now, training and supervising generally adopts a one-fit-all approach, right? But we can take data that we're having from the sessions, we can take outcome data to be able to more precisely train providers, more precisely figure out what they're struggling with, more precisely figure out what to emphasize during supervision. And the idea is if we can do this type of precision training, then we can be able to make therapists better. And finally, if two people go to see the same therapist, sometimes they have completely different outcomes. So if you're depressed and I am depressed and we see the same therapist, we may have different outcomes. And even the same therapist can see two people for the same problem and the two people have different outcomes. So part of our thinking is that there might be some active ingredients or some things which make therapies work. And can we really identify it, right? So in the context of a group session, maybe it's active listening. So maybe what is really driving the effect of our intervention is our fellows being able to actively listen and validate people. It's just a theory. If we could figure that out, then we could emphasize that to therapists. We could be like, okay, so this is the active ingredient which is really driving this effect, and this is what you really should focus on. So that's the third thing that we think we can do with Shamiri AI, right? And so just looking at this relationship between therapist and the client and trying to figure out behind this black box, is there some active ingredients that we can be able to figure out and have therapists emphasize. So we think AI can be an important tool when it comes to empowering kind of clinicians, and we're in really early stages of exploring these ideas, but it's something that we are really excited about and we really think will be super useful. So precision care, precision training, and emphasizing what works. The second idea, and this is also kind of something that we're thinking about and we're working on, is we need to think outside the box. And I'll just share with you one way which we are trying to think outside the box. And the idea behind thinking outside the box is maybe we've spent the last 120 years in psychology and psychiatry thinking within this box, and it hasn't really gotten as far. So as we're exploring how to increase the potency of interventions within the box, can we also think outside the box? So one we've done that is, if you really think about it, right now how we think about mental health problems is defined by this medical model. So we think about depression and anxiety almost the same way that we think about malaria and tuberculosis. And that's the reason why, for example, we've really built a lot on the PhD psychologist, psychiatrist, medical approach to mental health. But if you really think outside the box, you start to question these assumptions. So malaria, for example, is a disease because of a few different things. Malaria is a disease because it's caused by a very specific mosquito, a female Anopheles mosquito. Any other mosquito can bite you and they won't give you malaria. Just only this type of mosquito will give you malaria. And this mosquito only gives you malaria. It doesn't give you tuberculosis as well. It only gives you malaria. The second is the symptoms of malaria are generally universal. If you have malaria and I have malaria, we're generally going through the same experience. And if I go to the hospital, I take a malaria test. The malaria test works for me, it works for you. And an anti-malaria drug treats the malaria, and it only treats the malaria, it doesn't treat tuberculosis as well. But you think about these assumptions from a mental health perspective, And you start to really question it. So you think about depression. What really causes depression? A lot of different things cause depression. And what makes you depressed also gives you anxiety, for example. And you think about the symptoms of depression, they tend to differ by individuals even within the same culture. So when I am depressed and you're depressed, our experience of that can be totally different. And when you think about how do we diagnose depression, we use, for example, the DSM, but we could also use the ICD, but we also know the challenges and the issues of using this DSM. Two psychologists can't use the same tool on you and arrive at different conclusions. And then therapy for depression also treats anxiety, also treats other mental health, kind of problems, both psychological and psychiatric. And so that makes you question if this disease model, which you have built mental health problems on, really works, right? And so, in addition to still trying to build interventions on this model, maybe we should also start thinking about it differently. And over the last 3 years, we've tried to build an intervention that tries to abandon this model. So tries to assume that depression maybe is not something which is caused by some latent entity that you're going to find out and try to treat. And one of the ways that we have done that is by thinking about it at the symptom level, and thinking about it at the symptom level through what we're calling a network approach. So to explain it, we have a few different social networks here. So there's the Shamiri network. So the Shamiri network are people who work at Shamiri. So I have people who I work closely with at Shamiri, and those people in my network of people who I know here, network of influence, those people have a higher influence at me, right? So if you wanted me to stop now, someone at Shamiri will have a higher chance of influencing me to stop giving this talk than someone from Safari Park who I've never met. But then there are people at Safari Park who have interacted with someone at Shamiri who I have not interacted with. So if that person at Safari Park wanted me to stop, rather than coming to me and asking me to stop, they could talk to that person who they know at Shamiri and have that person come and talk to me. So basically what we're doing is we're imagining the symptoms of mental health as different nodes in a network. So you may have, for example, a depression network, and we think about the depression network as people who are friends and they know each other, right? It's like trouble sleeping and too much thinking, which are two symptoms of depression. So they're just like friends, like the two people from Shamiri, right? And then you have things like maybe happiness and optimism, which are on a different network, but they maybe have some relationship with trouble sleeping. Like maybe if you're having trouble sleeping, you're not very optimistic. And so the idea here is maybe one way of trying to deal with the symptoms of depression is try to talk to optimism, try to improve the optimism, and hopefully optimism can have a conversation with trouble sleeping and get you, kind of like to wake up. And so when we do this, we have what I call like the central symptoms, which are the most influential symptoms, and this differ across everyone. So for someone, it might be trouble sleeping. For someone, it might be thinking too much. So rather than trying to treat them for depression, figure out what this most central symptom is and try to design an intervention that more specifically targets this symptom. And the idea is if you do that, you can, in theory, be able to topple the depression network. Or if someone is in denial, maybe they don't think that they are having trouble sleeping, find a different node, maybe in the well-being and optimism, which is associated with trouble sleeping, and then try to treat for that and hope that that can have cascading effects on this depression network. And so in 2022, we basically conducted this large study where we mapped out this network of well-being, social support, family, etc., across Kenyan students. And we've been working with that data to try and design interventions which are focusing on these central nodes and bridge nodes. And this work is still currently on pilot, and at the next Shamiri Summit, we will be able to share some findings. But this is one approach of kind of like thinking outside the box. That's one of the things that we're trying to do to make therapies better. So we need to develop and test new interventions, and also just invite ourselves as we're doing this to think about different approaches, that can circumvent our traditional approaches. So finally, how can we empower and train the next generation of providers? And I think this is important because access to mental health is limited by the positive caregivers. So we will never have enough psychologists and psychiatrists, as was mentioned in the earlier panel. But even for like the other folks, like the clergy, social workers, etc., we still need to train them, and we still need to empower them to be able to do this. And so that's one thing that we've been thinking about, and we're trying to do this in a couple of ways. And one of the reasons why we need to do this is obviously because of the training gap. So we're trying to do it by building accessible and contextualized training that makes sense. So what I mean by this is, if someone is an 18-year-old high school graduate who's becoming a lay provider, that training will be different from maybe a clergy who's been doing this informally for 10 years, or someone who has like a social work background who's been, kind of informally doing caregiving, as well. So we need to be able to do this in an accessible, contextualized, and in a personalized manner. And this year, one of the things that we've been able to do, which I'm really excited about, is come up with this idea of Shamiri Academy, with the intention of building this type of training, that can be able to fill this training gap and provide accessible and contextualized training. And one thing we've done this year, which we said at the last summit that we will do, but we've now actually done it, is we've worked with the Technical and Vocational Training Institute, TVETA, to build the first ever national diploma in mental health, which is now accredited. And the idea is, if you're a lay provider and you're doing task shifting either through Shamiri or through other providers, and you're getting these technical skills, you can complement this with other. TVETA requires you to do other skills like communication, etc., and get like a recognized, TVETA diploma. And we think this will help encourage, lay providers to want to stick around, because they can now start to see, a pathway, towards doing this. And so we are launching the first cohort of doing this in 2025, and we're really, kind of excited about it. And the second thing that we have been doing is working with the different type of providers to figure out the type of training that they need. So what we're realizing is, for example, folks who are working in schools, like teachers, who are already, handling a lot of mental health, have different needs, for example, from our lay providers. And so one of the things we're also starting to do is to build more contextualized, courses for them as well. So that's how we're thinking, about training and empowering the next generation of providers. So as I conclude, there is this thing called the innovation pyramid, and historically how it's worked is the North innovates and the South replicates. So we have a global problem, and we wait for folks in the US and the Europe to come up with a solution, and they come up with this solution, and then we replicate it locally. And there are two challenges with that. The first is we end up with, frankly, worse versions of whatever solution that they have built, right? So when you're replicating, we end up with solutions which are not as ideal, And the second problem is, as we've shown, when it comes to mental health, the innovation from the North is really troubling. Like, they really haven't been able to figure this out. And so we are really setting ourselves for failure if our model is going to be to replicate what the North has. And we think when it comes to mental health and well-being, we have this really great opportunity to basically be able to turn around this innovation pyramid. We think that there is a lot of evidence that in the global South, in Africa and Asia, we are actually ahead of the West when it comes to how we are thinking about mental health. And we have all of these really great ideas and models that we are really exploring. I think we have this great opportunity to basically emerge, kind of as the innovators when it comes to this space. And that is my invitation for all of us who are here. We are here because we care, and there is something that brings us to this work and brings us to this space. But we also find ourselves really lucky that we are really innovating at the frontier of this work. And we have this really great opportunity to be able to really show the rest of the world how this can work, right? And our hope is that the work that we're doing in Shamiri, can be able to do this, but can also be able to inspire, others to think differently, to try out and build these like complex solutions to complex problems, but that can also make us just like proud of just this reality, that we find ourselves with just this great opportunity to shape the future when it comes to mental health. So thank you so much for listening to our talk, and we'll see you at our next Shamiri keynote. So, thank you.
That is a long walk from my seat. But I'm here to tell you we've come to the end of our opening plenary. We mentioned this earlier, but there are QR codes on your table, but also on the back of your brochure. If you would just take a few moments to give us a review for this plenary, it would be incredibly helpful. It is now time for lunch, and the check-in desk at the back will have a token for you. Please pick one so that you can go get your lunch from Safari Park, and we will show you the way to get there. After lunch, we're going to break into our track sessions. So everybody has a track, right? I was hoping for a more resounding yes. Okay. How many people here are in the Doers track? Raise your hand. Nice. Okay, Doers track, you're coming back here after lunch. Please, when you come back, sit in the front of the seats, because I promise you it's not a roast, it's just a panel, so you'll be totally safe. For science and policy tracks, Shamirians will show you the way to your breakout room, and that's where we'll have our next symposium. So when Shamirians come to get you at the end of lunch, please be nice to them and follow them to your different breakout rooms. But for now, thank you so much for your time, and we will likely have a bell at the end of lunch to let you know that it's over. Great, so enjoy your lunch.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to the Doers track at Shamiri Summit 2024. Yeah, let me hear the enthusiasm in the room. Everyone excited, energized? How was lunch? Yeah? Dessert? What was there? Cakes, fruit, cheesecake? Brilliant. I'll introduce myself quickly and then set the scene for the Doers track and what we have going on over the next couple of days, and then spend a little bit of time talking about what we're doing today. And then I'll shut up and you'll hear from our wonderful panelists that we've been able to bring to the Shamiri Summit today. So my name is Rahim. I'm the head of growth and strategy at Shamiri. And so it's kind of part of my job description to think about grassroots initiatives and scaling. So I kind of have to be here today. Wow, tough crowd. Maybe I'll skip some of the jokes. Actually, when I was asked to lead one of the tracks today, they asked me if I wanted to do research or policy or doers. And obviously I'm a bit biased, and that's why I'm here. But I really do think that scaling is the name of the game when it comes to mental health care and being able to reach as many people as we can. I don't need to tell all of you about the treatment gap that we have in Kenya and across sub-Saharan Africa. I don't need to tell you about how mental health problems are on the rise and how there's never enough money being invested into the sector. And so being able to think about evidence-based solutions, which is what our research colleagues are doing, is super critical, super important. It's also important to be able to leverage policy to reduce barriers to care. But if we can't scale these evidence-based solutions and we can't make the most of lowered barriers to care, we won't be able to make a meaningful difference. And so that's why we need to design to scale, and that's why I'm thrilled to be leading this session today, to think about how can we get to scale as quickly as possible, how can we do so in a sustainable manner, but how can we also do so whilst remaining relevant to the people and context that we work in. So over the next 2 days, we'll be exploring best practices in scaling grassroots initiatives, as well as tomorrow we'll be thinking about how can we build organization culture, which is super critical to be able to achieve scaling ambitions. And that will be headed up by my colleague Kiara tomorrow. But today we're going to hear from some really experienced, best-in-class scaling leaders who have demonstrated time and again their ability to navigate the challenges around scaling up whilst preserving effectiveness and relevancy in the context that they work in here in Kenya. We're going to be spending some time thinking about scaling and what we mean by scale. So at Shamiri, Tom has kind of gone over how we think about scale, and one, having a model for scale, but two, making sure that we have systems for scale. But that's our approach, and that's how we think about it. I'd love to hear some other thoughts and other approaches from you guys to hear about how you think about scale and where that's different and what we can learn from each other. We also want to make sure that as we scale, we're guided by the voices of the communities that we serve. And we're going to be thinking about how and why we need to remain relevant to the people that we serve and the context that we work in. And I know that many of you here are community leaders or working in NGOs or CBOs, and we really think that those closest to the problem working on the ground are actually those that are closest to the solution. And so we want to think about how we can empower the voices of those on the ground to be able to get towards effective scaling and building resilient mental health systems. So without further ado, I want to introduce each of our panelists today. We'll start first with with Gloria Ocholo, who is the Executive Director of Tunaweza Empowerment Organization, a community-based, yeah, let's give her a round of applause. Do you want to come on up, Gloria? So Tunaweza is a community-based non-profit dedicated to empowering vulnerable girls and women in Kenya. Through Tunaweza, Gloria has been transforming advocacy to action on women's rights and survivor-centered mental health support. So Gloria, do you want to introduce yourself and say a little bit about what you do at Tunaweza? I think there's a mic under your chair.
Hey, hope it's on. Thank you so much. My name is Gloria Ochola. I work for Tunaweza Empowerment Organization. Tunaweza Empowerment Organization is a community-based organization that champions for the rights of adolescent girls, young women, and the vulnerable population in the community. So Tunaweza is also, based in Migori County at the border of Kenya and Tanzania. And this is where we have lots and lots of issues as far as human rights violations are concerned. So majority of the population that we serve have been on the receiving end when it comes to cases of mental breakdown, as well as elevated cases of anxiety that leads to depression, and quite a number of suicide have been noted and reported. So as Tunaweza, we ensure that we reach out to this population that are at risk of depression, mental illness, through our locally bred initiatives that ensure that non-discrimination, that ensures that we do not actually stigmatize them more, as well as making it low cost. So that is basically what Tunaweza does as far as scalability to mental health intervention is concerned. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you so much, Gloria. And Shamiri has been working with Tunaweza, so my colleagues can attest to the great work that they're doing in Migori County. Next up, we have Dr. Yuri Okech. A round of applause for Dr. Yuri, please. So Dr. Okech is the Country Medical Director for the Africa Mental Health Care Network in Kenya. The network brings life-sustaining care to patients, especially those in hard-to-reach remote areas. Dr. Okech leads on healthcare operations focused on quality and safety of care and ensures integration into the broader Kenyan mental health care network. Dr. Okech, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introductions. Again, I'll just mention, yes, I'm Dr. Yuri. I work with Africa Healthcare Network. Just a correction, not mental health care. We're in the field of what is called renal replacement therapy. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But just to confirm, I think one of the participants asked me whether I'm a real doctor or not. I think nowadays it's good to confirm. I'm not a witch doctor or a PhD doctor, so I'm a medical doctor. I think even before I came to this conference, I was seeing patients. So what we do is called hemodialysis. So I think on the news, if you've been watching the news lately, with the transition from NHIF to SHIF, you have heard about the plight of dialysis patients across the country. I think that has been a big issue. So being ahead of the curve, we decided to, at some point, partner with Shamiri Health to look at how do we curate at least a package that is suitable for both staff and also patients. Because when you walk into a dialysis unit, what you will see is blood getting out of a patient, going into what we call a dialysis machine. And being in an environment where you're exposed to blood throughout is traumatic to our staff, is traumatic to our patients. Sometimes we, unfortunately, get patients who, what we call code in the machine, meaning they die in the dialysis machine. So when that happens, other patients who are there are traumatized by that. Being a dialysis patient, you'll find that they cope with various challenges. So one is they need to come to the dialysis center twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. There's transport involved. And as we are speaking about mental health, I know finances is a big issue when it comes to mental health. There's matters to do with nutrition. They can't eat what they used to eat. So that is also a stressor to them. There are also changes in their body, both physiological, they also get biochemical changes, and they also get mood swings and many other issues. So it's always good to ensure that these patients are taken care of. And before that, the people who are taking care of them who are patients should also know what to do. So currently we are not located just in Kenya, but we are also in Tanzania, Rwanda, Zambia, Ghana, just to mention a few. And we have quite a number of dialysis units across Kenya. So we started a program called the Mental Health Supportive Care Program that ensures that all patients across all the countries are taken care of. So internally we trained people that we call kidney supportive care nurses, but also partnered with Shamiri Health to offer mental health services to mostly staff. And then as we are scaling it to different units, we continuously check on our patients, we're informed by data, and we usually look at how to improve. So I know I was supposed to speak about integrating mental health with health operations or medical operations. So to us, we just don't look at the physical health because they're inseparable. Both mental health and physical health is inseparable. So we take care of both. That's just in a nutshell what I can introduce. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Next up on the panel, round of applause. Next up on the panel, we have Bright Shitemi. Do you want to come on up? Bright is the founder and executive director of Mental 360, another youth-led organization focused on providing affordable and accessible mental health support to underserved communities across Kenya. Through their peer support model, Mental 360 empowers individuals with lived experience to champion mental health awareness and support in the communities that they live in. Bright has overseen the organization's growth, and they've now reached over 2 million people either through their care provision or awareness campaigns. So Bright, over to you.
Thank you so much for that powerful introduction. My name is Bright Shitemi. I also get called doctor a lot, but I'm not a doctor. But Mental 360 lies in the intersection of the question, which doctor will save us from the witch doctors for persons going through mental health challenges. Mental 360 is a youth-led organization. I might be transitioning to not being youth very soon. As you can see, the picture and myself here today don't look quite similar. But we work to raise awareness, provide affordable, holistic, and accessible services to at-risk and underserved communities across Kenya. We focus primarily on youth, and we also place persons with lived experience at the center of our innovation in terms of creating strong support systems in our communities. Recently, we've been working on our growth plan, also moving into the digital space. As you all know, many young people, and all of us who are not so young, also are highly involved in technology, and then that's the best place to meet people at their point of need. Thank you so much.
Brilliant, thank you so much, Bright. So the final panelist we have today is Amon Otieno. Do you want to come up? Round of applause for Amon, please. So Amon is the programs coordinator at TINADA, another youth-led, youth-serving NGO focused on integrated mental health and education empowerment across Western Kenya. Most recently, Amon led the DAPA study, which was addressing depression and PTSD among thousands of primary care patients in Kisumu County. and they managed to receive funding from the National Institute of Mental Health for that study. So over to you, Amon.
Thank you, Rahim. Greetings, everyone. My name is Amon. Just like Rahim has said, I work with Tinada Youth Action Africa. Tinada was registered in the year 2001 as a self-help group or self-help group. And then in the year 2014, it graduated to community-based organization. And then last year, it graduated to an NGO. So we started as Tinada Youth Organization, but currently with the status of an NGO, we go with Tinada Youth Action Africa. Tinada Youth Action Africa is based in Kisumu, but with the status of NGO, we were mandated to work in 14 counties in Kenya, and we have been implementing a lot of mental health interventions. Our aim is to enhance the holistic well-being of young people, and we do that through strategic partnership with different organizations and also the government. We also implemented the Shamiri intervention early this year, and we were privileged to be one of the organizations that are again implementing. So we are in another phase, the second phase of implementation. Other than that, as Rahim rightly mentioned, I led a study called Smart Dapa, which was an RCT. It was under the University of Nairobi and UCSF, and it focused on treatment of depression and PTSD. Enrolled over 2162 participants, and they were randomized into two interventions. One is the talk therapy, or interpersonal psychotherapy, and then the other one was the medication, of which we used a modern antidepressant called fluoxetine, and then we trained the non-specialist just to bridge the gap of care, and we saw a huge result, which I'm going to share shortly. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Amon. So we'll get right into some of the questions that we've prepped before we open up to audience questions. Does everyone have access to the QR codes for submitting questions? Yeah, brilliant. If you are not able to find a QR code to scan, please raise your hand and someone from our team will come over to you and help you out. But the Google form's open, so as soon as you want to submit a question, please feel free to do so. Gloria, we'll start with you. So obviously Tunaweza has grown over the last 2, 3, 4 years. How do you manage growth while remaining relevant and reflective of the communities that you serve?
Thank you so much. Remaining relevant in this current society sometimes become a little hard or difficult, but then what normally gears us to move forward is the vision that we have for the young people. Tunaweza Empowerment Organization was established with the main purpose of being youth-focused, especially on the gaps that we identified in the community. So our vision is to ensure that the community that we serve, the youth that are our focus population, access services that are directly linked to their needs. Our mission is to ensure that this youth enjoy a wholesome life that is free from socio-economic, political deprivation of whatever they're in need of at that particular time. We did a study before we embarked on mental health. We needed just to identify the reasons why we have a lot of issues of youth in our community not being able to get into employment, even if there are still opportunities. We understand that in this country, youth have a lot of issues when it comes to employment, underemployment, and majority of them suffer depression at the end of it all. But then in my community, or the community that Tunaweza works, is also on the other far-fetching issues of violation of rights, especially because it is a community that does a lot of female genital mutilation, and there are also issues of sexual gender-based violence. So this study informed the need to look into the unmet need for mental services for these young adolescents and the youth in the community. So staying relevant, if I go back to your question, is or has been necessitated by the need for Tunaweza to ensure that the unmet need for youth in Migori are at the center stage of our interventions. So we are youth focused, and everything that we do is actually to ensure that the youth access services that make them develop holistically, emotionally that is, sexually that is, spiritually that is, through our interventions that are deemed according to the need as at that time.
Brilliant. Yeah, that makes sense. And so my next question is for you, Amon. You've mentioned how you're now active across 14 counties in Kenya. And so how do you manage to kind of maintain quality, effectiveness, and relevancy of your programming as you expand out of Western Kenya to more than 14 counties in the country?
Thank you, Raim. One thing that has really helped TINADA in the interventions that we are doing is the fact that we really try to do evidence-based intervention through research. Like I said, we do a lot of integrated mental health, and actually 70% of the work that we do in TINADA is on mental health. And I'm talking about integrated mental health because, like we had in the panel in the morning, mental health can never be alone. It has to be integrated with a lot of things. Doc was speaking in the morning, and he said that he was focusing on brain treatment or brain conditions, but he was told that there's a need to integrate that. So what we do a lot of research, number one, and then number two, we work closely with the government. If you are going to be relevant in the kind of work that you're doing, you cannot be relevant while putting away stakeholders. So one thing that we embrace, number one, is working with the government. And then number two is working with other partners who are working in the same field or in related fields. When you do that a lot, you will find that you're relevant in your intervention. And that is the most important thing, because we may be doing a lot of things, but how is that impacting the lives of the people in the community? How is that translating to the change that a single person would get? How would they say that this was relevant to me? That can only be when you engage a lot of research, when you engage partners, when you listen from communities through community dialogue meetings, and then lastly is to anchor whatever you're doing on the existing policies. There are a lot of policies both at the national and at the county government, and as TINADA we try as much as we can to ensure that our interventions align to the policies, because every policy that has been stipulated, every policy that has been developed was developed because of a prior research that was done, and it speaks to the kind of intervention that either the government or policymakers or any other stakeholders would want to see in the community. So when you align your work with the existing policies, and you align your work with community dialogues, and when working with the government, when all these things come together, you can never be off. So that is one strategy that has really helped us as TINADA.
Brilliant. So just to pick up on your point about working in partnership, and this question is for you, Dr. Yuri. You talked about how you're working in partnership with Shamiri Health, and at Shamiri we've worked with a number of organizations in partnership, and it's definitely not without challenges. So as we are thinking about scale and how we can scale up, partnerships are definitely one route to scale. But how from your perspective, are you able to navigate the challenges and avoid some of the pitfalls when it comes to partnering with other organizations as you look to grow your footprint?
Thank you for that question. I think I can say it's not easy, for sure. But it's always good to do the right thing. I think I was just looking at some data worldwide, and they're saying the investment in mental health for government expenditure worldwide is only about 3% of the budget. If we narrow down to Kenya, it's 0.01% of the Ministry of Health budget, so of the health budget. That's about 15 cents per person, so just imagine. So what happens is there's always this statement that someone thought that somebody was doing it, so no one did it, okay? So for you to be ahead of the curve, you need to, first of all, like you were saying, just be informed by data. If you're working in an environment where you're seeing there's a lot of churn, so turnover is very high, staff are leaving, patients, like on my side, are missing sessions, so they're not coming for dialysis, then you need to dig deep and understand what the issue is. And in this world, you can't do everything. That's why we thought it would be better for us to partner. And we approached Shamiri Health, because we thought as much as initially our plan was to get to work in like 3 buckets of collaboration. One is on holistic patient care, so that they can get quality mental health services, but again to have healthier teams for our staff. And then lastly, in terms of capacity building, for you to scale it, it needs to be sustainable. So as much as we were starting with Shamiri Health, we needed to make it more sustainable. So how do we train our people so that they can offer the same services to patients? Because fiscal constraints are there. Budgets are shrinking. I think the economy, everyone is complaining about it currently. I know the taxes are up the roof. I don't want to go on the taxes issue. But
we'll leave that for the policy track to worry about.
Yes, definitely. So you have to look for other innovative ways. The good thing with Shamiri Health, we're able to sometimes understand each other. So even as we are negotiating, sometimes we are doing this for the patients. As much as, we also have to ensure that it's not a loss, it's a win-win. There's always a balance. And I think that's why we are proud to be partners. Yes.
Brilliant. So you've mentioned data there and how important data is. And I think being able to collect and utilize data from local communities is so important. And so I wonder, Bright, if you're able to talk about BOMA, which is your digital platform, and how that is kind of helping you exponentially kind of increase your impact as an organization.
Yeah, thank you. So in around 2020, when I think it was around when COVID was at its peak in Kenya, and everything had shut down, we started thinking. First of all, we started thinking about what are we going to do in the next 1 year, maybe with COVID. Initially, we were always, when it comes to programming, you think that you have to be in physical spaces with people all the time, engaging communities face to face. But of course, COVID made us think deeper about how, one, you can scale and how you can still be very effective without having to meet people one-on-one. And so we started working on our growth plan in 2020. But it was always in the works because it was being informed by feedback we kept getting from the community. One of the key feedbacks we got when you set up digital support systems is that someone's profile is public. If it's on Facebook, if it's on WhatsApp, your number is public. So that means someone can, take a screenshot of what you're saying, or you have stalkers following you around. And so we saw the need for a platform that allows for anonymity, which also encourages vulnerability. So you could say that then is reacting, and I think all these panelists are talking about how do you place the needs of the persons you're serving first in the interventions you're creating. And so then that makes them effective and easily adoptable by the people you're serving. So then looking at the data nationally, especially for us in Kenya, we're lucky that we have over 80% internet and smartphone penetration, which is a key asset that you don't find in many other African countries. So that allows for innovative or solutions that allows you to scale on tech platforms. And so BOMA came around through those feedback mechanisms we kept getting from our community. Over and above that is realizing that if you and we had this challenge as we started growing, that you get to a point where there's so many psychologists you can employ because the need is too big. How do you then expand this? How do you scale this using peer systems? You already know about the gaps we have when it comes to mental health professionals, but working with lay people who have lived experience, who you can train, who you can support, and who can then use their stories. I find that many people relate more to stories than professionals. If I stand here as a psychiatrist and I talk about the brain, it would be more powerful if a lived experience person talked about their experience with depression and how it affected their brains. And so, and also because of the stigma, people are more willing, or more open to talk about their challenges or by reacting emotionally to what other people say. And so, seeing that option of an opportunity then to scale on digital platforms through these peer-led models, again, worked well for us. So BOMA is in the works. We've been going through rounds of iteration and piloting and testing. We are hoping to do a big launch sometime next year, and hopefully have all of you there to help us push, and we can all push these platforms to our communities. Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. So, Gloria, obviously you mentioned that you work in Migori County, which is a pretty rural area of Kenya. How are you able to kind of navigate scaling in such a vast rural context? Because obviously that has challenges that perhaps you don't have in Nairobi County when you're trying to scale kind of mental health programming in a county that's more urban. So maybe you can speak to some of the challenges and how you, as an organization, have tried to mitigate some of the challenges.
Thank you for that. One of the challenges that I would mention is that mental health is not yet embraced as one of the indicators as far as health is concerned, even in my county. Our organization is basically an advocacy organization, and that means that most of our interventions are just geared towards challenging policies that do not actually put into consideration the needs of the population that we serve. So when I talk about lack of embrace of mental health, this happens both at the county government institutions and the local implementing partners. For instance, if you look even into our current CIDP or even our health budget, we analyzed that, and to my shock was that health generally has been budgeted, yes. For Migori County health budget, the overall health budget is at 8 billion. Then you go down to other health indicators, maybe HIV, malaria, and all that. Then you come to mental health. To my surprise, there is nothing for mental health. And this is a county that says or talks about mental health being an issue among the residents and the young people of this particular county, yet they cannot budget for that. So one challenge that we have had to encounter is to have a county that does not put into consideration issues of mental health, does not budget for mental health, and when we talk about it, they feel that perhaps you have other ill motives and not motives that are good for the county as far as health is concerned. And then trickling down to the community or organizations that support other interventions, you realize that even if you look into maybe constitution of an organization, most of the time you see they say that there are there is the job description, and maybe there is the terms of reference, and then there is termination of that particular contract. They mention all those things, and then they come to persons of unsound mind. Yes, a person of unsound mind might not be fit for that particular work, but then as an institution, what do you put in place so that this particular employee does not go to an extent of having issues of ill health, issues of mental health, so that they don't get into that kind of condition that will render them jobless? There are no strategies, or there are no opportunities that a person that might be suffering from that, maybe because of workload or because of other issues, are taken care of. So we have had to talk to institutions and challenge these particular policies. For instance, our youth and development policy of the Migori County talks so well about all these things. Yet, when you get to mental health, they mention it is a challenge, yes, but there is nothing, there is no intervention for that. So I will say that the challenge we have had is still lack of acceptance and embracing mental health as a fundamental human right that residents and youth of Migori County need to benefit from. For instance, if you talk about issues of health in Article 43 of the Constitution, we are supposed to have the attainable highest standard of health, and that is where all these other health come into. But then if you don't look into my mental health, which other element of health are you looking into? I cannot work because I'm not fit to work because of my mental instability. But then how do you respond to that? How do you prevent me from getting into that? So those are the challenges that we have been experiencing, and we are trying so much to mitigate them through challenging these policies and laws, especially in the county, at the workplace, and even in our organization. The last one to mention is that as an organization, I have taken it upon myself as the director to ensure that we at least have a debrief every week where the volunteers, the community mobilizers, the staff, just get an opportunity to share about their issues, personal issues, and within a very safe space, so that in the event that there is need to support them, they are actually supported so that they don't grapple with this issue of being in need of mental health services, yet they cannot access, or they cannot afford, or it is not efficient. Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. I think that's a really great idea to have those sessions for volunteers to be able to share what's on their mind and kind of what they're going through. My next question is for both Bright and Amon. And you kind of described how you're both for youth, by youth organizations. But what does that really mean? What are the practical things that you do to make sure that as an organization you are reflecting what the needs are of young people? Because from wherever your nice offices are, it can be difficult to know what are some of the challenges on the ground. So how do you as organizations make sure that you are kind of staying relevant and reflective of young people and the challenges that they face?
Yeah, great question. As I mentioned earlier, I'm transitioning into, not youth, basically. I don't know what's the word for that, senior citizen. And so one of the ways we also stay in tune with the needs of the communities we serve is that the teams we work with, we're intentionally employing young people. That means you're getting young professionals who have been around environments or understand really the needs of the communities that we're trying to serve. Secondly is our model of engagement. It's very boring if you're going to young people and you're talking to them about mental health in a very theoretical manner or in a technical manner. You want to break it down in a language they understand. So we use a lot of art-based experiential learning models where we engage with the youth through art and storytelling. It helps a lot because you see the power of how telling these stories through art is able to connect with audiences. And for us, then it becomes easy because when you put it on a digital platform, you reach more people. Other than that is constantly as you engage the communities you serve, that you try to always get data. As an organization, or as organizations working in mental health, because the needs of the communities we serve shift with each generation. The young people who are coming up have a specific set of challenges that we may not relate with as we get older. And so there's the need to constantly evolve and learn from the work that you do. That means you're picking data, you're getting insights, and you're actually taking them into use by effectively iterating your programs to suit the communities you're serving. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Bright, and I think we share most of the things. You cannot say you serve young people when your strategic plan as an organization is not speaking to the needs of young people. And when we are talking about the needs of young people, we mean even from the recruitment bit of it. So our vision alone is empowered, healthy young people. So the vision, number one, speaks to young people. Our mission is enhancing holistic well-being of vulnerable young people through strategic partnership in the 4 thematic areas that we work in. That is integrated mental health, education empowerment, disaster risk reduction, and decent work and economic growth. So we ensure that every kind of intervention that we're going to do, it speaks to the need of to the many needs that young people are facing. This one is not only service to young people, but we ensure that in recruitment, we have over 70% in the organization who are young people. This one is not only at the managerial level, but also at the board. I remember there was a time that an organization came for OCA, for Organization Capacity Assessment. And we brought our some of our board members. And they would not believe that those are our board members because they expected that they are going to find, people with gray hair and a big belly and all of that. But that wasn't the case because if you're going to serve young people, then we have to speak to them. When they see us, they have to see themselves. And you cannot address their needs from a distance. We have to address their needs when we are part of the needs. When we are talking about the needs of young people, even the mental health needs of young people, we understand because we are equally young, so it speaks to us. When we are doing policy advocacy, so that, for example, recently Kisumu launched the Kisumu County Mental Health Action Plan, and we are in the process of developing also the mental health policy specifically for the county. And we ensure that we bring the intentions, the will, the desires of young people and engage them at all levels. Another thing is the strategies that we use to engage them. We do a lot of social media because you'd find them. I think it's only on TikTok that we are not as an organization, but we are in all the social media platforms. And we try a lot and engage with young people. The current trend today is X Spaces. And you'd find a lot of young people, and we do a lot of conversations on X Spaces, and we get a huge feedback from that because they can relate to what we're doing. They are there. That is part of their platform. The last thing that I would want to mention that speaks to young people is mentorship. Sometimes, and for those who have visited our office, sometimes you'll find young people, and we do this intentionally. We have had huge staff turnover sometimes because we know that as a young organization, we want to get people who are from school. And definitely you will have to mentor them, you'll have to train them. They know what the professional world looks like. And we are not just, when we are attracting people, we don't just look for those who have reached somewhere in their career development, but we also bring the young people so that we mentor them. And we know ultimately that they can get greener pastures, they can go away. And that is our joy, that from our hands, they could get greener pastures. So that is a platform. Mentorship is a platform that we give a lot to young people to see them better than how they came in.
Yeah, I think that point around mentorship is so important. There are so many young people looking for a mentor and just kind of don't know where to start when wanting to find one. And so I think building those systems to be able to set up mentorship support is so important, and probably we should at Shamiri think about stealing some of the successful ways in which you've been able to do that. Dr. Yuri, you mentioned earlier how as an organization you're not separating physical and mental health. You're thinking about the holistic health of people, individuals, communities. Given that outlook, what as an organization have you seen when it comes to patient outcomes when thinking about kind of that holistic vision of health for individuals and communities?
Yeah, interesting. I think, like I'd mentioned earlier, we try to leverage on data. So first is we realize that some of our patients were either not coming and attending sessions, And most of the times it's good that because I see patients and I also sit in corporate office. So I go and interview patients, get feedback. And sometimes you'll get to know that these patients have challenges. Just an example, you find a dialysis patient with a lot of issues. Maybe it's a lady, they fought with the husband, they have been denied maybe transport to come for the session. And probably they've been beaten up, and you need to see how to help them. And these challenges were, it was not a single patient, but it was kind of getting widespread. So we had to think out of the box and see, as much as I know most organizations just look at the bottom line and saying that, we need to make money here. You have to go now to the board and convince them that if you're thinking of making money, these patients need to come. And for them to come, you need to go, to stretch just beyond the confines of the four walls and the service that we're giving here, but also to find out how far do they live from the center. So when we find so many patients are probably concentrated in a certain region, we build a unit there closer to their home. And sometimes where they are not able to even get transport to come, we have a kitty, we give them money for that, so that we don't get to a point where they are having now a mental illness. We are about prevention. And like I'd mentioned, finances play a very big part in at least prevention of mental illness and also stressors in life. So the other bit is, of course, talking to the patients, listening to them, sending them for counseling if possible. Sometimes having family conferences, because you might find the relatives do not understand what the patients are going through. And some of them, like I said, they might say this one has been bewitched. That's why the kidneys are not working. So it's lack of understanding, lack of education. So again, holistically, if you're to support a patient, it's not just about sending them to a counselor, but understanding what is the pain point of this patient. How can we support them? How can we link them with other support groups? And do our staff also understand what they are going through? So that is what we're trying to do. Again, like I said, you have to be ahead of the curve. Just be responsive to what is happening in your environment. Again, in terms of impact, we have seen that improve. Patients' attendance coming to the unit. Now we even know their families, because once you've discussed issues with the husband, with the wife, they are more accepted in their communities, and again that improves their overall mental health and also their physical health. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've talked there about how important money is, and obviously we couldn't have a Doers track without talking about money, because there's never enough of it. But I think all kind of four of you have experience with either with fundraising or being able to use seemingly small pots of money to create large impact in the communities that you work in. And so I'd love to get insights from any of our four panelists about approaches to fundraising to be able to kind of spark scaling in the footprints that you work in. So open to any of the four of you to think about that massive question.
Okay, thank you. One of the strategies that we have put in place is to embrace domestic resource mobilization. So I am a member of domestic resource mobilization, and I ensure that every bit of the funds or every bit of concept development proposal has to put into consideration elements of scalability towards mental health information and services. There is also that aspect of integration of mental health services. In every activity that we do, we ensure that we have an element of mental health information, sensitization, and services. We have doctors on standby who are also providing these services on pro bono, because sometimes we do not have money to support or pay for the services. But overall, we have ensured that every avenue that we hear mental health concern being raised, we are there just to make noise, just to talk about it, just to do anything that we can do. Currently, we are in the talks with, actually we are having an OCA with the EMBA Foundation that supports mental health intervention. We are also having another meeting with another organization that is locally, yes, that supports mental health intervention. So we have ensured that every slightest opportunity that we get, mental health awareness, mental health intervention becomes part of such conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, and but what Gloria and her team are doing, I think it's the same thing that we're doing, though we are calling it local fundraising, LFR. So KCDF came and trained us on local fundraising. Most of the time when organizations are talking about fundraising, it's about proposals, and I know that is usually one of the main strategy that organizations use to raise funds. So other than that, which is quite common, we do a lot of LFR, local fundraising. We also try to diversify. For example, at Inada, we have a huge sound system that we usually hire out, and through that, we are able to get an income. At Inada, we also were privileged to start a revolving fund. It was initially started for the staff, but it's growing and open to the general population, where we can give a loan to the staff and also other people, and they refund at a small interest. So that's a way of fundraising that we do as an organization. But apart from that is just ensuring that the good work that we are doing is known. Sometimes people or organizations do a lot of good things, but they keep them to themselves, so no one knows that you're doing something. So it's really important. We've seen that work again and again. Let people know whatever you're doing, and just share on the social media platforms. You never know. I've come to realize over time that there are people who follow the good work that we're doing that we don't even know. And that is not just within the country, even outside. So I try to encourage a lot of the people that we work with, including the organizations, that try and ensure that the good work that you're doing, whichever scale that you're doing it. Some may fear that this is a small work. Shamiri Institute is doing this at a greater scale. If I share this, and no, it's not like that. People are interested in the small work that you're doing as long as it has an impact in the community and it can relate to them. And finally, just ensure that you have, like recently we had assessment by AMREF for malaria funding, and it all boiled down to the kind of tools, the kind of documentations that you have. I'm just forgetting this name, but when they came for the capacity assessment, they were looking at that, and it was really, really competitive. So for the sake of fundraising, just ensure that you have a constitution. Let it be up to date, let it be comprehensive. Have a board of governance, have strategic plans, have different policies, safeguarding policy, different policies. And then, because you never know when an opportunity will arise, you actually need to plan prior to an opportunity. Someone once taught me that luck is opportunity plus preparedness. You never know when, if you say someone is lucky, that person was prepared, then an opportunity arose at that particular time. Those are the people we call lucky. So if you say an organization is lucky, no, they were prepared, then an opportunity came. So just to encourage everyone in every organization that let's prepare, let's not wait and say, let Shamiri do this because Shamiri Institute is big, as we are going to do this. No, just ensure that you have the right things. Thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Maybe in addition to fundraising, another strategy that we've also adopted is friends raising. So beyond fundraising, there are those people that will just look up to you because they're your friends. So through fundraising, it is also easy for somebody to just call you as an individual to let you know that we are having this particular kind of event. Would you mind coming to just share anything on mental health? Then through that, you're also able to be located by an institution that wants to support you in terms of mental health intervention. So above fundraising, always ensure that you also friend raise.
I just want to piggyback on something that Amon mentioned about doing stuff, but guys don't know about it. I think it's important to make a lot of noise, and at some point, someone will listen. Fortunately, on our side, we have investors. We are private, we're not NGOs. So most of our investors are from the US government. And of course, investors usually look at return of investment for everything. At some point, you have to lobby and make noise and tell them that as part of their corporate social responsibility or CSR projects, not investing in mental health is basically just being penny wise but pound foolish. Because in the long run, as much as we are getting money from patients as they come, for you to keep the patient longer, for them to be alive, you need to invest in their mental health as much as we are taking care of their physical health. So sometimes it's difficult for us to get resources from other areas, because I think as was mentioned earlier, most people have not really understood what mental health is. Because when you talk about it, people think it's someone with a mental illness or a disease. So it's when you speak about prevention, they're like, these guys should just get coping mechanisms. They need to toughen up, to be stronger. But you never know what someone is going through, what they are juggling, what is in their plate. As much as they're trying to do their work, giving their best, there's also pressures from work, there's pressures from home. And when you invest in that, you have a productive person, so you earn more. And you also don't lose the productive part of the human being. Okay, so they keep giving to the society, keep giving to the organization. It's usually a very hard pitch to give, but the more noise you make, at some point, some of the funds will trickle towards you. Thank you.
Brilliant. So my next question, and just so you know, the last couple of questions have been from the ones that have been submitted on the Google form. So I'll go through a few more before we have a roaming mic that one of my colleagues will go around with. So if you do want to ask a question after this one, please do raise your hand and we'll get you a mic. Obviously, all four of you and your organizations have examples of best practice, of different programs or initiatives that you've run through your organizations. But where do CBOs look to for best practice? Are there any kind of public domains that they can access, perhaps on your websites, or where do you as organizations look to when you want to establish what the best practice is when deciding on a new program, a new initiative, or when kind of doing just kind of landscape analysis of a new area for you as an organization? Where do you look to for best practice?
Yeah, I can have a go at that. For us, when it comes to program design, we are always keen to employ the use of human-centered design, that we don't just sit in our small boardroom and come up with programs and solutions. We actually do that by reacting to the needs of our communities and the feedback we're getting. And that before you think about scale or implementing, you're able to test and get feedback from your community, if at all that works for you. I think there's been a lot of, and we know we're in the non-profit sector, but if you look at the for-profit sector, there's a lot of funds that go to waste on programs, or even in the non-profit, or products that don't serve the people they're intended to serve. And so it's critical. It's been emphasized over and over again that whatever you're designing, you have to design it for the community you're trying to serve. That's the best practice. You don't need to look at anyone, you just need to look at the person you're serving.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, go for it.
One of the avenues that as Tunaweza we have been able to borrow the best practice is actually from Shamiri. The intervention of mental health in schools. For us, that was the best practice that has ever happened. So we adopted that, and I am happy to say that we can actually report and attest to the results that we have seen in the first phase. And we are also very excited and anxious about the results that we will see in the second phase. So beyond any reasonable doubt, Shamiri Institute for me was the best place to borrow a best practice.
Yeah, just so you know, I promise I didn't tell her to say that. Amon talked about mentorship earlier for young people, but I think one of the questions that's an interesting question that we've got is a lot of people in the audience are perhaps in leadership roles within NGOs or for-profits that are working in the mental health space. How, as leaders, where do you look to for mentorship? Because obviously you always want to grow as leaders. Do you guys have mentors yourselves? And if not, where would you look to find a mentor for the work that you do, the important leadership work that you do in your organization?
Yeah, I think you're looking at me, so I'll have a go. So, anytime someone tells you a mentor, most people think must be senior than me, must be, PS, president, CEO somewhere. Not always. Sometimes I've allowed myself to be mentored by the people who I work with, who are below me. Sometimes I've allowed myself to be mentored by, when you interact with people, always look for opportunities to learn. You can sit in a session and you hear someone talk about something, and in that, you become mentored. And mentorship doesn't have to take the relationship of where you have to be with someone for prolonged periods of time. Initially, when I was starting out with Mentor 360, I was really keen to get this one person who's going to be this mentor who provides all the answers. It doesn't exist because, one, people don't have time for you. People are busy with their lives. And so you have this beautiful idea, but no one has time for it. So you can get frustrated. But look for mentors in the most, as I say, you've also looked for love in the most unlikeliest places. That's where you find mentorship. Thank you.
Yeah, good answer. I'm still not quite sure where to look for love, so that might be a challenge for me. Another question here is about one of the pitfalls of taking mental health interventions, awareness tools to digital platforms is that there is so much misinformation on digital platforms. And so it can be difficult for people to differentiate between kind of what is real and what this person refers to as pop psychology. And so the question here is, how do we effectively merge evidence-based mental health solutions to digital platforms and make sure that those are the kind of solutions being accessed rather than what this person refers to as pop psychology solutions online?
I can try, but that's a hard one. My thinking is, I call myself, I'm a millennial. I think we're in the era of Generation Z, which is Gen Z. And there's a lot of consumption of social media and a lot of things going viral. So you find sometimes bad news sells faster than good news. So same with mental health. If like the way they say, if the dog beat a man, it's not news. If the man bites the dog, that's good news. As much as maybe the man has mental health issues. So I think if we invest more in verifying news, the sources, it's important. But I think most people just consume what they see, and we don't have time to just fact check, because fact checking is important. I know also in the political space, guys just look for whatever is trending at the moment, no fact checking, and then forward to the next person to have a laugh. Of course, there's always that release of dopamine in that. So it's a double-edged sword. So the guys feel happy about it, but at the same time, they can be misguided, and because of misinformation, people can do the wrong things. I think it's more of I think a lot of education. If you're able to create a lot of awareness about the right sources of information and also counter whatever is viral and whatever is out there, it is a very hard task to do. I know it might involve all stakeholders. I think now we have Data Protection Act things coming up where you just don't you just don't write up stuff and throw it out there. So if we have the government arm also investing in that, also for us to be responsible enough to ensure that before you forward something, you have at least done a bit of fact checking. And in case you encounter also something that looks either is not appropriate, educate either your peers or educate the person who sent it to you, so that they do not also, circulate it further. I'm not sure I've done the question justice, but that's what I can say.
I can have a bit to add on to that. So I see when you talk about pop psychology, who are the pop psychologists that you know? Anyone? Anyone? Quickly, please. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Dr. Jordan Peterson. Anyone else? Any other attempt? So usually you'd find, in our context, for example, you'd find it's pastors even, right? That's where most people go for mental health solutions. Most people, more than psychologists. Or it could be the witch doctors that I talked about earlier, where I asked which doctors will serve us with the witch doctors. But my thinking would be that mental health has to be addressed in a 360-degree way. When I say that, people have personal beliefs. There are people who believe that if they go to their pastor, and there's some sort of therapizing that happens through that interaction. Of course, sometimes it's very harmful because some things can be said or done that are harmful. I see that as organizations, as players in the mental health space, there's need for us to embrace these players that are coming out and educate them also, that there's an extent to which you can support someone, and then when you get to a point, you need to refer them to so-and-so, right? So there is need to engage all these people, the witch doctors, every player that enters the mental health space, that they are also educated, because most of the time they operate from a place of no awareness. But the nature also of mental health is that sometimes support comes through peers. Sometimes it's not a psychologist. So part of the key job that we have to do is awareness creation and countering that misinformation, that anyone who is trying to play in this space is aware and then is able to offer the best support to whoever is reaching out to them. Thank you.
Maybe in addition to that, we do a lot of digital safety and security. And while you're doing that, you will be able to understand that sometimes we have a lot of inadequate information or misinformation. So as we do our sensitization, both online and offline, it is equally important that we try to demystify this misconception so that the community that we serve or the audience that would want to get this information categorically get the information that is credible, that is helpful to them based on their needs. And then further to that, it's also important to also develop the best practices that we have seen as far as issues information sharing is concerned. You can as well as tag along the institutions that you know provide credible information as far as that particular concern has been raised.
Brilliant. If there are questions from the audience, please do raise your hand and someone with a mic will come and find you. But just as we get set up, maybe quickly, we have 3 youth-orientated organizations here. A question from the audience is whether you guys have thought about how the older generation might be able to contribute to youth-focused solutions, and whether there might be kind of any intergenerational solutions to youth mental health problems.
At TINADA, we have 2 things. Number one is validation meetings with the elderly, and this one includes the policy makers as well. So we just come together and say, this is what maybe we did a baseline assessment, say this is what we came up with, and this is the intervention that we would want to do. But we'd like, we did this as a youth-led, youth-focused organization, but we'd want to know what you think about the same. So that one helps to integrate the ideas and the findings that we have as a youth organization with what the elderly generation would want to share or would want to see. But the other one is to just get into a platform. We have a lot of meetings with different kinds of we call it intergenerational dialogue meetings, where we just kind of bring different people, including professionals and lay people from the communities we work with. And we just want to get the perspective of each and every person. I think when it comes to health, you'd not really say that no one has an opinion. We may be implementing this as a youth-led organization, but because it is health cuts across. And the ideas, the thoughts, the opinions of each and every person would be definitely valid when it comes to health. So that is why we do intergenerational dialogue days, and we also do validation meetings for the outcomes or the findings that we usually get as an organization.
Hi everyone, my name is Ruth Nasieku. I am an environmentalist and climate change activist. So to give context to my question, I am the founder of Nesula Accessory CBO. It's a community-based organization that empowers Maasai women for sustainable development. And with the recent drought we faced and famine, we can agree that it came with environmental stress. So my question now is, what are the mental health interventions that have been done or successfully implemented in similar context to help livelihoods that majorly focus on livestock and land?
I want to try to respond to that based on what we do back at Tunaweza. One of our thematic areas is climate justice for women. And this is because we realize that during famine, during drought, or any climatic adverse effect affects women and girls more than it does to the other gender. So our main strategy or our main approach to this was just to bring in these women into decision-making table, especially when we're developing the county policy on climate change. Are they part of this conversation? Are there ideas that they can bring on board based on what they have suffered as far as climate change adverse effects are concerned? So then we developed that strategy based on the needs of the women, not based on the needs of what the county or the environmentalists want. And then we formed another caucus of women who are at the forefront to just mention and monitor what happens, especially when funds have been devolved to do climate change intervention. That is adaptation and mitigation. And we realize that mitigation might not be really important at that time. What they need is just to adapt. So how do they adapt? So if you bring these women on board so that they make decisions based on what they have seen, on what they want, then it becomes really easy for even the county or people who are in the leadership position to put in interventions that will respond directly to the needs of these particular women. For instance, right now everybody's talking about Flocker Fund. Those who are doing environment and climate change know about what Flocker Fund is. So we realized that with these funds, I would have said this off mic, but for lack of a better word, our MCAs and our parliamentarians have not done justice with this Flocker Fund. Women are going to still suffer and the funds are still there. So what have we done as Tunaweza, what have we done as human rights in Migori County? Is just to do a lot of monitoring and evaluation on this particular fund so that they are also aware that we know certain amount of money was brought in by the World Bank, and we know there were this and this projects that were supposed to be done, but they have not been done. So as women, we are making noise. The world will know that we received money and nothing happened. The world will know that we are still suffering, yet there are interventions that have been brought to us, closer to us, but we did not manage to receive a penny for such kind of projects that were meant for us. So it's just organizing these women, making them understand that it is them that are in need and nobody else should make decisions for them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Other questions from the audience? Please raise your hands high so someone with a microphone can find you.
My name is Joseph Macharia. I'm a mental health advocate as well as a mind skills coach. I add value at LVCT Health. So my question goes to either Amon or any one of you, considering you are CBOs. So can you share a time when an intervention didn't go as planned, and what were the key lessons learned, and how did that experience shape your approach moving forward? Thank you.
Brilliant question. Thanks.
Okay, I could go in. I like the time you used. That you're not working with the LVCT, but you are adding value to LVCT. That was catchy. One strategy that that we tried sometime in the past was we wanted the government to kind of prioritize screening of common mental disorders, and specifically depression and PTSD, because I believe we all know policymakers don't care about the noises that we are making. What moves a policymaker are facts. Do you have data? They respond to data. They listen to data. And therefore, because there are two things that we have been really pushing. One is to have psychologists hired in our secondary schools. And I know there are other organizations here who have been doing that, because when you're talking about guidance and counseling teachers, and these are the same teachers that teach you and you have issues with them. So young people are struggling in schools because they have none. You find that the guidance and counseling teacher is the one teaching chemistry. You're not good at chemistry. But another issue is whatever you share with them is not confidential, because they will go to the staff room and share with everyone, and it becomes worse. So I know this has been pushed by several organizations at the national level, but we wanted to do this in Kisumu County, and therefore we started working with the Ministry of Education and also Ministry of Health, the County Department of Health. And so that was one that was targeting the schools that never worked well. Then the other one was on general screening, because like we said, policymakers respond to data. They don't care about the noise that you'll make. Just present to them a set of data that has been validated, and they will act upon that. So we tried working with different facilities because we were pushing for what we call the global standard of care, where we have both a talk therapist or a counselor or a psychologist, and also someone who can offer, a psychiatrist, for example, who can offer medication. Because like Tom said in the morning, some would respond well to counseling or psychosocial interventions, while others would respond well to drugs. And therefore, it's important in every facility just to have a mix. And that is what we call the global standard of care. So we are pushing for this so that everyone who needs care, and there should be screening when they go, when they get registered into the facilities. And I mean the government facilities. So that when we are talking about depression and PTSD being common, how are they common, and what is the government doing about this? So we tried working with the local health facilities to raise data so that we can, because we had tried making noise to them and they don't understand. That one never worked, because they started to say that we are pushing them to collect data so that we get funded and we benefit. We told them that the reason why we are doing this is we want to ensure that at least in every ward or in every sub-county there is a facility that offers a gold standard of care, where we are having both talk therapy and the medication being provided. That never worked. So those two interventions never worked. But what did we learn out of that? We learned that it is possible for things to change, but it is possible also to use various strategies, not just one strategy. So that is what we are doing currently, bringing on board teachers, bringing on board the community opinion leaders, people who have a voice in the community, and also the policymakers, so that we have a dialogue, we have a conversation, so that they can see this, because pushing it from downwards never made sense. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you, Amon, for sharing. Other questions from the audience? Put your hands high, so go on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Catherine Domo. I'm a counseling psychologist. My question is based on something I realized just a few days ago, focusing on people with disabilities. As mental health organizations, I'd like to know, like, how how do you include these people? Because I interacted with some hearing impaired individuals, and they didn't know anything about mental health. So how, like for example, in whatever you people do in the organization, how do you ensure like you put them into the context?
Maybe I can start, probably in our own small way, because most of the dialysis patients actually have disabilities. So some are already blind because of uncontrolled diabetes. Some come on wheelchairs. So first, in terms of the physical part, we take care of ensuring that the facility is wheelchair accessible, and also for people with disabilities, they're able to access services. Now, in terms of, like for example, the deaf, I know this has been a big challenge in most areas, because you have to at least hire someone who can be able to speak with sign language, at least. And what we do is we do personalized care, because it doesn't happen every day that we have these patients. But when we do partner with organizations that have that service for them to come in, and then we educate them on what we do, what we need the patients to do, and the advice they need to give. And then now that is translated to patients. But I know, looking at, I believe the government formed a mental health task force that was also looking at that. And also, I think in the amended Mental Health Act of 2022, they're also incorporating how do they put people with disabilities and incorporating matters mental health, mental illness, because they have been caught in the back foot for a while, I think. But again, it's small steps. We are not there yet. I'm not saying we are perfect. It's daily learning, and hopefully we'll get there. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just in a minute. I'd want to say that sometimes the problems that we have as individuals and organizations is we do want to do things by ourselves. And then we say that we did this. And we find that, well, in as much as that is good, we don't create that huge impact. If you go to our social media Facebook page, you will find that last month we had what we call a disability summit. And in the disability summit that we held last month, brought together the people from the County Department of Health, including the CEC, and the Deputy Governor attended, Maseno University, the universities around, they came. The reason why we were able to do this is because we learned that at the end of the day, we want to serve our people. And if there is a service that we're not able to give, yet we want them to be served, we can partner with those who give those services. So you can hire the sign language interpreters, or you can work with various small units or organizations or groups that are working directly with young people. And we held a huge event because of that, simply because we learned the importance of working together. And we say that even though we may not have the expertise as TINADA in this, as in we don't work with disability directly, and by that I mean physical disability, but we can partner with other organizations that are doing the same and have an impact. Other than that, we worked with, we had a project on disability inclusion supported by Leonard Cheshire organization, and that focused on two things. Number one is registration for the disability, to ensure that they have the disability certificate. We know the importance of that. There are tax exemptions, and that is making their lives to be better. And then number two, we took them through technical skills and soft skills training. And through that, most of them were able to start small businesses. Others were able to secure jobs in different places. During that, we also worked with the county government to ensure that, though I know the national government has also been doing this, but the issue of accessibility, which has been an issue again and again, but we worked with the government and other organizations to ensure that there's sustainability, there's ease in accessibility in the different places where people with disability are going to be part of. Lastly, we supported them to start two things. One is peer learning groups in the community, and then number two, to start an initiative as young people to start their own groups as young people with disability, but this one now was open to other people also with disability. So my point is, you can't do everything by yourself, but you can create an impact. Work with people who are creating impact, and through that you will create a synergy and you will do a greater things. But if you want to solve everything by yourself, it will take you long, it will need more resources, and you don't have the expertise to do everything. But you can still do everything by contributing the little you can.
Yeah, okay, maybe in addition to that is that one of the things that I've learned, even in provision of services, is that if you don't create urgency, then even the people that need that services might not be really in a position to look for these services. So it's important that we also create environment that provides urgency. We create an environment that provides demand, so that after I have received information on this, I can demand for these particular services without somebody thinking that I might be in need of that particular service. One of the most mistakes that we have made in trying to bring in the element of inclusion is assuming that persons with disability are in need of such and such a service, while in the real sense, they might not be in need of that particular service. They might be in need of another different service. So if we create demand, then it becomes easy for them to see the urgency of seeking for these particular services, where they are able to get whatever service that they're in need of without people assuming that probably that is what they need, yet that is not what they needed in the first place. Another lesson that I have learned is that for mental health intervention, it is important that an individual decides on their own that they need help. Then helping them becomes easy, or even giving them referral pathway for help becomes easy, rather than assuming that they need that particular help. Then when they come for that services, it might not actually support them. You might not even support them. You might even do more harm than helping. So one of my ways has always been adopting the platinum rule. The golden rule says that do unto others what you expect them to do unto you. My platinum rule says that do unto others what they would have done to themselves. So if you need these services, we create an avenue where you can access this service. Then when you come for this service, it is available, it is affordable, it is sustainable, then we have helped you.
Brilliant. I love that you've come up with your own platinum rule. That's brilliant. Other questions from the audience?
Okay, thank you. My name is Poli Kapokeo. I work for Kisumu Shana's organization. So my first question is on, you guys are doing amazing work, and maybe we are getting to hear this for the first time. So in regards to documentation, do we have a point where we can be able to refer, to get the resources of the good work you are doing, so that we can also be able to translate in our work on mental health? Then in regards to integration, it's the way to go, and it's the ongoing conversation. Are we ready for integration? Intersectionality, and you've also mentioned about inclusion. How do you ensure that the LGBTIQ plus folks are also included in your spaces, especially for those working with students in schools? I'd like to know how you've been able to go about that, the issues of LGBTI, sexual and gender minority groups. And then the issues of social and gender norms, I know is a concern. So how have we been able to balance sexual and gender norms, social and gender norms, and mental health in your work? Thank you.
Brilliant. There's a lot of questions there to unpack. Just on your first question, I've just had a thought which maybe the other panelists can react to. But I think what might be an interesting and cool thing to do, if the other panelists are interested in it, and if you guys are too, is to create a resource bank, a shared resource bank where panelists here, Shamiri, other organizations here in the audience can upload some case studies of best practice when it comes to different areas of scaling. So where it comes to being able to recruit, to get the best people that they can to important positions in their organization, or how they've been able to make sure that grassroots initiatives are kind of sewn into any any initiatives that organizations implement. And so I wonder if we're able to create that shared resource bank as maybe one of the actions from this panel, so that we're not just talking for a couple of hours here and then you guys go home and forget about it, but we have some kind of sustainable outcome from today. I don't know what the other panelists think.
I think just briefly on now, and we are currently developing a platform called Resilience Share, and this one would also respond to her question on mental health was it the assaults? So the reason why we came up with this is because we have 3 categories of individuals that we work with. One, we trained community resilient agents. They are working in assaults, arid and semi-arid lands or areas, like Turkana and other areas that we have presence in. The main thing that they were trained to do is, because part of our thematic area is disaster risk reduction, so it is just integrating mental health into disaster risk reduction. So that was one. Number 2, we have community champions and peer educators who are also working in different places. For example, we know, most of us may be aware of Kano. If you don't know Kano, that is where Miguna is coming from. But we know the place is prone to 2 disasters. One is floods during the heavy rains season around April. And other than that, it is drought. So when there's no rain, so that people suffer from floods, there are excessive drought because the rain will not be around for quite some time. So therefore we trained champions and peer educators in those areas. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because currently we are developing a platform called Resilience Share. And the reason why we are developing this is because though we have good documentation in the office, and if you go to our website, you will get the success stories, the things we are doing. It is up to date, and you can actually learn from that. But apart from that, we just thought of creating a platform where different organizations would share the kind of information or the kind of good work that they're doing in different places. And this one can be accessed to anyone, irrespective of where they are, because it is, it is online. So I don't know, I know my colleagues are also doing something, but that is what we are currently developing so that we are able to share the resources that we have. And the reason why we are doing this is so that we can help one another to learn and to be better in our different areas.
Brilliant. I know you tried to throw in 3 or 4 questions, so we'll just move on and give someone else a chance to ask a question. Go for it.
Hi everyone. Hi, you guys are good? My name is Wangwe Maina, and I'd like to congratulate the panel because we're having a very good session. So I have 2 questions. The first one is directed to Bright, the founder of Mental 360. So, I did not introduce myself. So I am the founder of Finding Me Community, and basically we help young adults in Kenya to improve on their mental health wellness. And we use 2 models, that is the peer-to-peer model and a community-based approach where we have group therapy sessions, and currently we are in our 5th cohort. Now I think I can go on to the questions, right? So Bright, there's something that you mentioned while you were answering one of the panel questions, which was when we are doing youth interventions, we should not use technical or theoretical models or methods. So when it comes to your interventions in Mental 360, what are you doing, like citing examples, that is, and how is there a pattern that you've been able to recognize in all the interventions that you've been able to do and they are successful, and how do we do this without diluting the fact that we are doing this so that they can learn more about mental health? You get my question? Thank you. The second question is directed to the entire panel on the funding part of the panel discussion. My question to all of you guys is it okay for us organizations that we are basically we are here for purpose, non-profit that is not profit? Should we lean more into internal business models? How can we do that to raise funds without diluting the work that we are doing, which is for purpose? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, great questions. So with the first one, when I mentioned that we use art-based experiential learning methods to interact with our community, it doesn't mean that it does away completely with mental health professionals, because we actually, part of our core team are psychologists and psychiatrists. What you want to do is provoke a reaction first through conversation. So that would be poetry, music, and at the far end, then you have the mental health professional who then takes Q&A or technical questions or is an avenue for support. So in a typical situation in any activity we're doing, the people who are standing on stage would be lived experience people sharing their stories, or an artist. And at the back end there will be a group of professionals that we tell people, in case you need support, someone is right there who can support you. So it's a mixed method where you have both groups attending to people, but the model of engagement is slightly different. And also it speaks to your audience. When I say youth, there are certain audiences, and you have to, they say context is everything. So if you go to a certain set of group that, I remember we went to Alliance one day and we were talking to the kids about mental health, and the kind of questions that came from them were very technical. And so at that point we had to tell the artists, just sit down. We want this psychiatrist to now take it over from here. So again, it's always about adjusting to the kind of audience you're addressing. The second question about funding, it was about funding, right? Yeah, how do you stay in tune with what you're doing without diluting it? I don't remember the exact question, but I get the drift. I'll use an example for us. We, when we started out, we were very keen to support people and offer free services. I remember we had a very good uptake of services, but the completion rate was very low. And when you did a bit of analysis, you found out that, of course, mental health cuts across the social spectrum. It's not always that someone coming from an economically challenged background is the one who will need or who will be vulnerable for mental health services. And so we decided that we'll provide our services for everyone across the board, and that our definition of a vulnerable group is not just based on the economic background of those people. And we found then an avenue for income generation, that people started to pay what they can afford. We also saw a surge in completion rates of people who are now finishing sessions. And for us, it also became an income generating activity, which peaked at, I think there's 1 year where we were making about $500,000 a month, just income from corporates and individuals who are paying for our services. So that allows you, again, to speak to sustainable models so that you can reduce your donor dependency. With our growth plan, BOMA, we hope, again, to reduce this dependency further by about 70% in the next decade. I'll quickly attempt to answer the question from the gentleman, because I think it's a very important question on LGBTQI communities and key populations. I think it's important for all of us to not just talk about these things, but also go and implement. Part of it is that within our own teams, we also need to have this representation of these groups that we are trying to serve. Mental health for those kind of populations is quite intense, because services stigmatize them sometimes, and the environment that they live in also stigmatizes them. And so apart from that, it's important that you also train your teams on LGBTQI approaches, even for therapy. And for us, we're also keen on anybody that we take on board, they understand that part of our culture is that we serve everyone devoid of their background. So if your personal beliefs or values don't allow you to serve everyone in your community, then you're not ideal to work with us. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly, Gloria, go for it.
I just want to respond to his quick concern on social norms. So perhaps one of the ways that we have adopted is to shift perception, shift the social norms that we have in the community. So we have also adopted what we call the positive masculinity. We know that the society we come from, or most of our communities, are very patriarchal, and the masculinity presents itself more than any other thing. So we don't want to try to empower feminine, but at the same time also we look down on the masculinity. So we ensure that we have a positive masculinity where these male are also part of the change that we are shifting. So the norms that talk about male as being this and this, we change them into positivity so that they see the need for them to also conform to the current society. I also want to respond to the last question you asked about the responding to mental health, not theoretically, but choosing other avenues. Personally, I am a trained child counselor, and you realize that when you talk to children, or when you want to counsel a child, or when you want to respond to a child, especially those that have unhealed traumas, it is really hard, and sometimes they might not even relate well with whatever you are telling them. So what we do here is we have adopted storytelling sessions just for unhealed traumas in children of age 5 to 12 years. So it has really worked well, the storytelling sessions, and we have seen a number of children with unhealed traumas showing improvement in their mental stability.
Brilliant, thank you, Gloria. I think that's a good note to wrap up on. I'd say for those that have questions, particularly around funding and financing, we do have a session tomorrow called Show Me the Money. So make sure you come to that. I think it's at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So if you do have more financing questions, please do save them for that session. And if you have any other questions for our panelists, I'm sure they're sticking around for a little bit after we're done. I wanted to extend a vote of thanks to each of our panelists, Gloria, Bright, Yuri, Amon. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Round of applause, please, for our panelists. We also have a small token of appreciation, if you can pass that on for each of the panelists. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I also want to thank members in the audience. I'm not sure if there were this many people signed up to the Doers track. So I don't know if you kind of lost your way or you found the Doers track to be that exciting that you couldn't miss it. But thank you for engaging, for submitting your questions on the Google form, for raising your hand to ask questions as well. Really do appreciate it. So please give yourselves a round of applause. I also want to thank members of my team that actually did all the hard work to put it together, particularly this panel. So Natalie, John, Veronica, and in particular Jean, who reached out to each of the panelists, prepped some of the questions for me. She did a great job. So please give them a round of applause. And just to end on, I'd love for each of the panelists, 30 seconds or less, what's giving you hope, resilience, optimism as you think about scale in the months and years to come?
Okay, I think what's giving me hope is when I see rooms like this where we have a lot of people playing in the mental health space coming together. I think the first time this was attempted was in I don't remember the year, but we had a Ministry of Education Mental Health Summit or conference. And I'm amazed to see all these numbers. The fact that scaling is made much easier if you're working through partnerships, because we all can't play in the same space, we all can't do the same things, and the resources are not enough. And so for us to come together and seeing that there's all these amazing faces and people doing work in different settings, who we can all collaborate moving forward, gives me hope for the future.
Thank you.
What gives me hope as a person is that we have realized that all of us at some point are in need of mental health services. So having this conversation with all of us who are in need of these services is actually an amazing, and it gives me, it thrills me, and it makes me realize that we can do it together, and mental health can be given priority in Kenya and even in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how to put it anyway, because there's a lot of negativity out there, there's a lot of darkness sometimes, and I know most of the times when we just see that we have each other, and there are also people out there who are, just pushing, ensuring that We get a lot of civic education out there. We take care of each other because it's usually the brother who's beside you, or the sister who's behind you, or the mother and the father. So as much as you're making very small steps or very little change, they say good is good, even if only one person is doing it, and bad is bad even if everyone is doing it. So let's keep doing good. Let's continue pushing such forums like what Shamiri Health is doing, and this is what gives us hope. Thank you.
Yeah, and finally, I think what is giving me hope is the narrative is indeed changing when it comes to mental health. We are invading schools, we are invading communities, we are invading the offices, and we see more policies coming up on mental health. We see more allocation, like Kisumu, and I think Nairobi as well has a mental health budget code. So that means there's allocation on mental health every financial year. There are also, mental health action plans, and people are just speaking, and the narrative is changing. The pace may be slow, but something is happening, and that is what gives me hope.
Brilliant, thank you. Last round of applause for our panelists. Just a few notes as you move towards the networking reception. We've had two, I think, people take notes from today's session, which will be shared with you all, so you can reflect on it and hopefully implement some of the learnings in your as you go back to normal working on hopefully Monday, because you're joining us tomorrow. Please do scan the QR code to give feedback specifically for this session. We want to learn about what we can improve on for next year, possibly even improve on for tomorrow, because we will look at it tonight if we can. So please do fill out the feedback form. It only takes a couple of minutes, so please do. There are refreshments outside. So where there was breakfast this morning, there are refreshments. Please feel free to partake, talk to people, meet people, ask panelists more questions. Really, we want to make sure that there's a space for you to make meaningful connections that you can take forward. And then finally, we'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Please do be on time so we're not running late. Please bring your name tags, notebooks. We won't give you more, so please bring the ones that were given to you today. And thank you again for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon, evening. Thank you.